Hai, salam sejahtera dan salam UPSI cemerlang. Bersama saya Niki Akadiana Richmond
dan saya Christian Octavius.
Kami wakil dari Esko Publicity dan Informasi
Majlis Mahasiswa Kolej Harun Aminurrashid Universiti Pendidikan Sultan Idris ingin memperkenalkan media sosial kami.
Kami mempunyai media sosial seperti Instagram, Facebook dan YouTube. Di sini kami dapat berhubung dan berkongsi dengan anda, dan di sini juga tempat untuk mendapatkan perkembangan info dan isu-isu semasa.
Anda boleh mengikuti laman Instagram kami iaitu @MediaKHAR untuk mengetahui info-info yang lebih lanjut. Di mana di Instagram MediaKHAR ini kami mempunyai iklan iaitu Akhbar KHAR secara atas talian, live update, story dan event.
Manakala Facebook MediaKHAR pula menyediakan FB Live untuk membuat program. Contohnya seperti program Mahabbah Rasulullah.
Hasil daripada perbincangan yang hangat pihak KHAR,
kami telah menghasilkan sebuah YouTube channel sebagai platform perkongsian ilmu dan isu-isu semasa.
Dan YouTube channel kami ini menerima idea dan video anda untuk dijadikan video di dalam channel ini.
Sekiranya anda mempunyai keyakinan yang tinggi,
ingin mengetengahkan dan mengongsikan idea anda,
dan anda mempunyai bakat dalam kewartawanan, videografi, sukan, akademik atau seni yang anda ingin tampilkan kepada semua,
kami mengalu-alukan anda untuk menghantar video ilham dan perkongsian yang dapat memberi manfaat kepada kita semua.
Oh, jika anda mempunyai YouTube channel, marilah berkolaborasi dengan kami.
Alah, Niki, kita dah sampai ke penghujung video.
Betul tu. Jadi jangan lupa untuk subscribe, like dan share.
Dan tekan loceng untuk menerima notifikasi video baru kami nanti.
Terima kasih menonton. Saya Niki.
Dan saya Amber.
Jumpa lagi. Bye.
Welcome everyone. We are so excited to have you here today. Right now, we are at Harun Aminurrashid Residential College, or in short KHAR, one of Sultan Idris Education University Residential College. In this virtual tower, our student council committees will be showing you around the college. We are also going to show you some fun and unique things KHAR has to offer. KHAR offers 6 residential blocks for Sultan Idris Education University students to reside in, with Block 1 until Block 4 offered to female residents, while Block 5 and Block 6 for male residents. Each block can accommodate up until 288 residents with 10 houses per floor. All houses have 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms and a sink. Parking lots in front of the blocks are also provided for residents to park their vehicles. One of KHAR's way of taking care of its resident welfare is by providing each block with a water dispenser machine. Residents can fill up their water bottles without having to go to the cafeteria. Vending machines are also provided for residents who has a knack for sweet drinks. In addition to a football field, KHAR also provides its residents with outdoor courts where they can play sports to fill in their leisure time. It also helps to promote healthy living amongst the residents. Our college office can be found right before you pass through the gates to enter the residential blocks area. Residents can come to the office to report on facility damages to the administration for further actions. As a part of the Residential College Student Council, we have our own operational room situated at Block 5. Doubling as our workspace, we will meet up to discuss and brainstorm ideas together for future program planning. There are times where we will also do meetings at a cabin situated behind the college office with administrative staff for management matters. At the heart of each residential college is cafeteria. Residents can come to the cafe either to dine out or do takeout at one of the 8 eateries that sells a variety of dishes. Residents who wish to buy groceries can also do so at KHAR's Minimart, where they sell basic necessities such as toiletries and laundry detergents. Residents are also provided with self-service laundry at the back of the cafeteria. KHAR provide for washing machines and fire dryers for them to use to minimize their time in washing their clothes. Other facilities at the cafeteria includes an ATM machine for residents who wish to withdraw cash and do banking transactions. KHAR's hall is situated on the first floor of the cafeteria and can fit up to 1,000 residents at one time. It is equipped with basic facilities for the residents' usage. Sport equipment and traditional costumes are also stored at the back of the hall in their respective rooms. Washrooms are also provided on both sides of the hall. KHAR Lounge, a lounge run by our very own Student Council committees, is situated in front of the hall. Residents can come hang out at the lounge from 7:30 p.m. until 11 p.m. to do their revisions or group discussion while enjoying a variety of snacks. When visiting KHAR Lounge, don't miss out on its trademark dish, the Oden Bowl. Transportation is also provided for students to commute around the campus. Residents can choose to ride the bus based on where it's heading to, as each bus has its own fixed route. The bus is scheduled to pick up residents every 30 minutes, starting from 7:30 a.m. up until 11 p.m. We hope you enjoy the visual tour prepared by Harun Aminurrashid Residential College Student Council. Stay safe and don't forget to wear a mask. Thanks for watching.
Welcome to KHAR!
Hai, salam sejahtera dan salam UPSI cemerlang. Bersama saya Niki Akadiana Richmond
Dan saya Christian Octavius,
Kami wakil dari Esko Publicity dan Informasi
Majlis Mahasiswa Kolej Harun Aminurrashid University Pendidikan Sultan Idris ingin memperkenalkan media sosial kami.
Kami mempunyai media sosial seperti Instagram, Facebook dan YouTube. Di sini kami dapat berhubung dan berkongsi dengan anda dan di sini juga tempat untuk mendapatkan perkembangan info dan isu-isu semasa.
Anda boleh mengikuti laman Instagram kami iaitu @MediaKHAR untuk mengetahui info-info yang lebih lanjut. Di mana di Instagram MediaKHAR ini kami mempunyai iklan iaitu akhbar KHAR secara atas talian, live update, story dan e-banner.
Manakala Facebook MediaKHAR pula menyediakan FB Live untuk membuat program. Contohnya seperti program Mahabbah Rasulullah.
Hasil daripada perbincangan yang hangat pihak KHAR,
Kami telah menghasilkan sebuah YouTube channel sebagai platform perkongsian ilmu dan isu-isu semasa.
dan YouTube channel kami ini menerima idea dan video anda untuk dijadikan video di dalam channel ini.
Sekiranya anda mempunyai keyakinan yang tinggi
Ingin mengetengahkan dan memongsikan idea anda,
dan anda mempunyai bakat dalam kewartawanan, videografi, sukan, akademik atau seni yang anda ingin tampilkan kepada semua,
kami mengalu-alukan anda untuk menghantar video ilham dan perkongsian yang dapat memberi manfaat kepada kita semua.
oh, jika anda mempunyai YouTube channel, marilah berkolaborasi dengan kami.
Alah, Niki, kita dah sampai ke penghujung video.
Betul tu. Jadi jangan lupa untuk subscribe, like dan share.
Dan tekan loceng untuk menerima notifikasi video baru kami nanti.
Terima kasih menonton. Saya Niki.
Dan saya Amber.
Jumpa lagi. Bye.
Welcome everyone. We are so excited to have you here today. Right now, we are at Harun Aminurrashid Residential College, or in short KHAR, one of Sultan Idris Education University Residential College. In this virtual tower, our student council committees will be showing you around the college. We're also going to show you some fun and unique things KHAR has to offer. KHAR offers 6 residential blocks for Sultan Idris Education University students to reside in, with Block 1 until Block 4 offered to female residents, while Block 5 and Block 6 for male residents. Each block can accommodate up until 288 residents with 10 houses per floor. All houses have 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms and a sink. Parking lots in front of the blocks are also provided for residents to park their vehicles. One of KHAR's way of taking care of its resident welfare is by providing each block with a water dispenser machine. Residents can fill up their water bottles without having to go to the cafeteria. Vending machines are also provided for residents who has a knack for sweet drinks. In addition to a football field, KHAR also provides its residents with outdoor courts where they can play sports to fill in their leisure time. It also helps to promote healthy living amongst the residents. Our college office can be found right before you pass through the gates to enter the residential blocks area. Residents can come to the office to report on facility damages to the administration for further actions. As a part of the Residential College Student Council, we have our own operational room situated at Block 5. Doubling as our workspace, we will meet up to discuss and brainstorm ideas together for future program planning. There are times where we will also do meetings at a cabin situated behind the college office with administrative staff for management matters. At the heart of each residential college is cafeteria. Residents can come to the cafe either to dine out or do takeout at one of the 8 eateries that sells a variety of dishes. Residents who wish to buy groceries can also do so at KHAR's Minimart, where they sell basic necessities such as toiletries and laundry detergents. Residents are also provided with self-service laundry at the back of the cafeteria. KHAR provides for washing machines and fire dryers for them to use to minimize their time in washing their clothes. Other facilities at the cafeteria includes an ATM machine for residents who wish to withdraw cash and do banking transactions. KHAR's hall is situated on the first floor of the cafeteria and can fit up to 1,000 residents at one time. It is equipped with basic facilities for the residents' usage. Sport equipment and traditional costumes are also stored at the back of the hall in their respective rooms. Washrooms are also provided on both sides of the hall. KHAR Lounge, a lounge run by our very own Student Council committees, is situated in front of the hall. Residents can come hang out at the lounge from 7:30 p.m. until 11 p.m. to do their revisions or group discussion while enjoying a variety of snacks. When visiting KHAR Lounge, don't miss out on its trademark dish, the Oden Bowl. Transportation is also provided for students to commute around the campus. Residents can choose to ride the bus based on where it is heading to, as each bus has its own fixed route. The bus is scheduled to pick up residents every 30 minutes, starting from 7:30 a.m. up until 11 p.m. We hope you enjoy the visual tour prepared by Harun Aminurrashid Residential College Student Council. Stay safe and don't forget to wear masks. Thanks for watching.
Welcome to KHAR!
Hai, salam sejahtera dan salam UPSI cemerlang. Bersama saya Niki Akadiana Richmond
Dan saya Christian Octavius,
Kami wakil dari Esko Publicity dan Informasi.
Majlis Mahasiswa Kolej Harun Aminurrashid University Pendidikan Sultan Idris ingin memperkenalkan media sosial kami.
Kami mempunyai media sosial seperti Instagram, Facebook dan YouTube. Di sini kami dapat berhubung dan berkongsi dengan anda, dan di sini juga tempat untuk mendapatkan perkembangan info dan isu-isu semasa.
Anda boleh mengikuti laman Instagram kami iaitu @MediaKHAR untuk mengetahui info-info yang lebih lanjut. Di mana di Instagram MediaKHAR ini kami mempunyai ikalan iaitu akhbar KHAR secara atas talian, live update, story dan e-banner.
Manakala Facebook MediaKHAR pula menyediakan FB Live untuk membuat program. Contohnya seperti program Mahabbah Rasulullah.
Hasil daripada perbincangan yang hangat pihak KHAR,
Kami telah menghasilkan sebuah YouTube channel sebagai platform perkongsian ilmu dan isu-isu semasa.
dan YouTube channel kami ini menerima idea dan video anda untuk dijadikan video di dalam channel ini.
Sekiranya anda mempunyai keyakinan yang tinggi
Ingin mengetengahkan dan memongsikan idea anda,
dan anda mempunyai bakat dalam kewartawanan, videografi, sukan, akademik atau seni yang anda ingin tampilkan kepada semua,
kami mengalu-alukan anda untuk menghantar video ilham dan perkongsian yang dapat memberi manfaat kepada kita semua.
oh, jika anda mempunyai YouTube channel, marilah berkolaborasi dengan kami.
Alah, Niki, kita dah sampai ke penghujung video.
Betul tu. Jadi jangan lupa untuk subscribe, like dan share.
Dan tekan loceng untuk menerima notifikasi video baru kami nanti.
Terima kasih menonton. Saya Niki.
Dan saya Amber.
Jumpa lagi. Bye.
Welcome everyone. We are so excited to have you here today. Right now, we are at Harun Aminurrashid Residential College, or in short KHAR, one of Sultan Idris Education University Residential College. In this virtual tower, our student council committees will be showing you around the college. We're also going to show you some fun and unique things KHAR has to offer. KHAR offers 6 residential blocks for Sultan Idris Education University students to reside in, with Block 1 until Block 4 offered to female residents, while Block 5 and Block 6 for male residents. Each block can accommodate up until 288 residents with 10 houses per floor. All houses have 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms and a sink. Parking lots in front of the blocks are also provided for residents to park their vehicles. One of KHAR's way of taking care of its resident welfare is by providing each block with a water dispenser machine. Residents can fill up their water bottles without having to go to the cafeteria. Vending machines are also provided for residents who has a knack for sweet drinks. In addition to a football field, KHAR also provides its residents with outdoor courts where they can play sports to fill in their leisure time. It also helps to promote healthy living amongst the residents. Our college office can be found right before you pass through the gates to enter the residential blocks area. Residents can come to the office to report on facility damages to the administration for further actions. As a part of the Residential College Student Council, we have our own operational room situated at Block 5. Doubling as our workspace, we will meet up to discuss and brainstorm ideas together for future program planning. There are times where we will also do meetings at a cabin situated behind the college office with administrative staff for management matters. At the heart of each residential college is cafeteria. Residents can come to the cafe either to dine out or do takeout at one of the 8 eateries that sells a variety of dishes. Residents who wish to buy groceries can also do so at KHAR's Minimart, where they sell basic necessities such as toiletries and laundry detergents. Residents are also provided with self-service laundry at the back of the cafeteria. KHAR provide for washing machines and fire dryers for them to use to minimize their time in washing their clothes. Other facilities at the cafeteria includes an ATM machine for residents who wish to withdraw cash and do banking transactions. KHAR's hall is situated on the first floor of the cafeteria and can fit up to 1,000 residents at one time. It is equipped with basic facilities for the residents' usage. Sport equipment and traditional costumes are also stored at the back of the hall in their respective rooms. Washrooms are also provided on both sides of the hall. KHAR Lounge, a lounge run by our very own Student Council committees, is situated in front of the hall. Residents can come hang out at the lounge from 7:30 p.m. until 11 p.m. to do their revisions or group discussion while enjoying a variety of snacks. When visiting KHAR Lounge, don't miss out on its trademark dish, the Oden Bowl. Transportation is also provided for students to commute around the campus. Residents can choose to ride the bus based on where it is heading to, as each bus has its own fixed route. The bus is scheduled to pick up residents every 30 minutes, starting from 7:30 a.m. up until 11 p.m. We hope you enjoy the visual tour prepared by Harun Aminurrashid Residential College Student Council. Stay safe and don't forget to wear masks. Thanks for watching.
Welcome to KHAR!
Hai, salam sejahtera dan salam UPSI cemerlang. Bersama saya Niki Akadiana Richmond
Dan saya Christian Octavius,
Kami wakil dari Esko Publicity dan Informasi
Majlis Mahasiswa Kolej Harun Aminurrashid University Pendidikan Sultan Idris ingin memperkenalkan media sosial kami.
Kami mempunyai media sosial seperti Instagram, Facebook dan YouTube. Di sini kami dapat berhubung dan berkongsi dengan anda, dan di sini juga tempat untuk mendapatkan perkembangan info dan isu-isu semasa.
Anda boleh mengikuti laman Instagram kami iaitu @MediaKHAR untuk mengetahui info-info yang lebih lanjut. Di mana di Instagram MediaKHAR ini kami mempunyai iklan iaitu Akhbar KHAR secara atas talian, live update, story dan e-banner.
Manakala Facebook MediaKHAR pula menyediakan FB Live untuk membuat program. Contohnya seperti program Mahabbah Rasulullah.
Hasil daripada perbincangan yang hangat pihak KHAR,
Kami telah menghasilkan sebuah YouTube channel sebagai platform perkongsian ilmu dan isu-isu semasa.
dan YouTube channel kami ini menerima idea dan video anda untuk dijadikan video di dalam channel ini.
Sekiranya anda mempunyai keyakinan yang tinggi
Ingin mengetengahkan dan mengongsikan idea anda,
dan anda mempunyai bakat dalam kewartawanan, videografi, sukan, akademik atau seni yang anda ingin tampilkan kepada semua,
kami mengalu-alukan anda untuk menghantar video ilham dan perkongsian yang dapat memberi manfaat kepada kita semua.
oh, jika anda mempunyai YouTube channel, marilah berkolaborasi dengan kami.
Alah, Niki, kita dah sampai ke penghujung video.
Betul tu. Jadi jangan lupa untuk subscribe, like dan share.
Dan tekan loceng untuk menerima notifikasi video baru kami nanti.
Terima kasih menonton. Saya Niki.
Dan saya Amber.
Jumpa lagi. Bye.
Welcome everyone. We are so excited to have you here today. Right now, we are at Harun Aminurrashid Residential College, or in short KHAR, one of Sultan Idris Education University Residential College. In this virtual tower, our student council committees will be showing you around the college. We're also going to show you some fun and unique things KHAR has to offer. KHAR offers 6 residential blocks for Sultan Idris Education University students to reside in, with Block 1 until Block 4 offered to female residents, while Block 5 and Block 6 for male residents. Each block can accommodate up until 288 residents with 10 houses per floor. All houses have 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms and a sink. Parking lots in front of the blocks are also provided for residents to park their vehicles. One of KHAR's way of taking care of its resident welfare is by providing each block with a water dispenser machine. Residents can fill up their water bottles without having to go to the cafeteria. Vending machines are also provided for residents who has a knack for sweet drinks. In addition to a football field, KHAR also provides its residents with outdoor courts where they can play sports to fill in their leisure time. It also helps to promote healthy living amongst the residents. Our college office can be found right before you pass through the gates to enter the residential blocks area. Residents can come to the office to report on facility damages to the administration for further actions. As a part of the Residential College Student Council, we have our own operational room situated at Block 5. Doubling as our workspace, we will meet up to discuss and brainstorm ideas together for future program planning. There are times where we will also do meetings at a cabin situated behind the college office with administrative staff for management matters. At the heart of each residential college is cafeteria. Residents can come to the cafe either to dine out or do takeout at one of the 8 eateries that sells a variety of dishes. Residents who wish to buy groceries can also do so at KHAR's Minimart, where they sell basic necessities such as toiletries and laundry detergents. Residents are also provided with self-service laundry at the back of the cafeteria. KHAR provide for washing machines and fire dryers for them to use to minimize their time in washing their clothes. Other facilities at the cafeteria includes an ATM machine for residents who wish to withdraw cash and do banking transactions. KHAR's hall is situated on the first floor of the cafeteria and can fit up to 1,000 residents at one time. It is equipped with basic facilities for the residents' usage. Sport equipment and traditional costumes are also stored at the back of the hall in their respective rooms. Washrooms are also provided on both sides of the hall. KHAR Lounge, a lounge run by our very own Student Council committees, is situated in front of the hall. Residents can come hang out at the lounge from 7:30 p.m. until 11 p.m. to do their revisions or group discussion while enjoying a variety of snacks. When visiting KHAR Lounge, don't miss out on its trademark dish, the Oden Bowl. Transportation is also provided for students to commute around the campus. Residents can choose to ride the bus based on where it's heading to, as each bus has its own fixed route. The bus is scheduled to pick up residents every 30 minutes, starting from 7:30 a.m. up until 11 p.m. We hope you enjoy the visual tour prepared by Harun Aminurrashid Residential College Student Council. Stay safe and don't forget to wear masks. Thanks for watching.
Welcome to KHAR!
Hai, salam sejahtera dan salam UPSI cemerlang. Bersama saya Niki Akadiana Rishman
Dan saya Christian Octavius,
Kami wakil dari Esko Publicity dan Informasi
Majlis Mahasiswa Kolej Harun Aminurrashid University Pendidikan Sultan Idris ingin memperkenalkan media sosial kami.
Kami mempunyai media sosial seperti Instagram, Facebook dan YouTube. Di sini kami dapat berhubung dan berkongsi dengan anda, dan di sini juga tempat untuk mendapatkan perkembangan info dan isu-isu semasa.
Anda boleh mengikuti laman Instagram kami iaitu @MediaKHAR untuk mengetahui info-info yang lebih lanjut. Di mana di Instagram MediaKHAR ini kami mempunyai ikalan iaitu akhbar KHAR secara atas talian, live update, story dan e-banner.
Manakala Facebook MediaKHAR pula menyediakan FB Live untuk membuat program. Contohnya seperti program Mahabbah Rasulullah.
Hasil daripada perbincangan yang hangat pihak KHAR,
Kami telah menghasilkan sebuah YouTube channel sebagai platform perkongsian ilmu dan isu-isu semasa.
dan YouTube channel kami ini menerima idea dan video anda untuk dijadikan video di dalam channel ini.
Sekiranya anda mempunyai keyakinan yang tinggi
Ingin mengetengahkan dan memongsikan idea anda,
dan anda mempunyai bakat dalam kewartawanan, videografi, sukan, akademik atau seni yang anda ingin tampilkan kepada semua,
kami mengalu-alukan anda untuk menghantar video ilham dan perkongsian yang dapat memberi manfaat kepada kita semua.
oh, jika anda mempunyai YouTube channel, marilah berkolaborasi dengan kami.
Alah, Niki, kita dah sampai ke penghujung video.
Betul tu. Jadi jangan lupa untuk subscribe, like dan share.
Dan tekan loceng untuk menerima notifikasi video baru kami nanti.
Terima kasih menonton. Saya Niki.
Dan saya Amber.
Jumpa lagi. Bye.
Welcome everyone. We are so excited to have you here today. Right now, we are at Harun Aminurrashid Residential College, or in short KHAR, one of Sultan Idris Education University Residential College. In this virtual tower, our student council committees will be showing you around the college. We're also going to show you some fun and unique things KHAR has to offer. KHAR offers 6 residential blocks for Sultan Idris Education University students to reside in, with Block 1 until Block 4 offered to female residents, while Block 5 and Block 6 for male residents. Each block can accommodate up until 288 residents with 10 houses per floor. All houses have 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms and a sink. Parking lots in front of the blocks are also provided for residents to park their vehicles. One of KHAR's way of taking care of its resident welfare is by providing each block with a water dispenser machine. Residents can fill up their water bottles without having to go to the cafeteria. Vending machines are also provided for residents who has a knack for sweet drinks. In addition to a football field, KHAR also provides its residents with outdoor courts where they can play sports to fill in their leisure time. It also helps to promote healthy living amongst the residents. Our college office can be found right before you pass through the gates to enter the residential blocks area. Residents can come to the office to report on facility damages to the administration for further actions. As a part of the Residential College Student Council, we have our own operational room situated at Block 5. Doubling as our workspace, we will meet up to discuss and brainstorm ideas together for future program planning. There are times where we will also do meetings at a cabin situated behind the college office with administrative staff for management matters. At the heart of each residential college is cafeteria. Residents can come to the cafe either to dine out or do takeout at one of the 8 eateries that sells a variety of dishes. Residents who wish to buy groceries can also do so at KHAR's Minimart, where they sell basic necessities such as toiletries and laundry detergents. Residents are also provided with self-service laundry at the back of the cafeteria. KHAR provides for washing machines and fire dryers for them to use to minimize their time in washing their clothes. Other facilities at the cafeteria includes an ATM machine for residents who wish to withdraw cash and do banking transactions. KHAR's hall is situated on the first floor of the cafeteria and can fit up to 1,000 residents at one time. It is equipped with basic facilities for the residents' usage. Sport equipment and traditional costumes are also stored at the back of the hall in their respective rooms. Washrooms are also provided on both sides of the hall. KHAR Lounge, a lounge run by our very own student council committees, is situated in front of the hall. Residents can come hang out at the lounge from 7:30 p.m. until 11 p.m. to do their revisions or group discussion while enjoying a variety of snacks. When visiting KHAR Lounge, don't miss out on its trademark dish, the Oden Bowl. Transportation is also provided for students to commute around the campus. Residents can choose to ride the bus based on where it is heading to, as each bus has its own fixed route. The bus is scheduled to pick up residents every 30 minutes, starting from 7:30 a.m. up until 11 p.m. We hope you enjoy the visual tour prepared by Harun Aminurrashid Residential College Student Council. Stay safe and don't forget to wear masks. Thanks for watching.
Welcome to KHAR!
Hai, salam sejahtera dan salam UPSI Cemerlang. Bersama saya Niki Akadiana Rishman.
Dan saya Christian Octavius.
Kami wakil dari Esko Publicity dan Informasi
Majlis Mahasiswa Kolej Harun Aminurrashid University Pendidikan Sultan Idris ingin memperkenalkan media sosial kami.
Kami mempunyai media sosial seperti Instagram, Facebook dan YouTube. Di sini kami dapat berhubung dan berkongsi dengan anda, dan di sini juga tempat untuk mendapatkan perkembangan info dan isu-isu semasa.
Anda boleh mengikuti laman Instagram kami iaitu @MediaKHAR untuk mengetahui info-info yang lebih lanjut. Di mana di Instagram MediaKHAR ini kami mempunyai iklan iaitu Akhbar KHAR secara atas talian, live update, story dan event.
Manakala Facebook MediaKHAR pula menyediakan FB Live untuk membuat program. Contohnya seperti program Mahabbah Rasulullah.
Hasil daripada perbincangan yang hangat pihak KHAR,
kami telah menghasilkan sebuah YouTube channel sebagai platform perkongsian ilmu dan isu-isu semasa.
dan YouTube channel kami ini menerima idea dan video anda untuk dijadikan video di dalam channel ini.
Sekiranya anda mempunyai keyakinan yang tinggi,
Ingin mengetengahkan dan mengongsikan idea anda,
dan anda mempunyai bakat dalam kewartawanan, videografi, sukan, akademik atau seni yang anda ingin tampilkan kepada semua,
kami mengalu-alukan anda untuk menghantar video ilham dan perkongsian yang dapat memberi manfaat kepada kita semua.
oh, jika anda mempunyai YouTube channel, marilah berkolaborasi dengan kami.
Alah, Niki, kita dah sampai ke penghujung video.
Betul tu. Jadi jangan lupa untuk subscribe, like dan share.
Dan tekan loceng untuk menerima notifikasi video baru kami nanti.
Terima kasih menonton. Saya Niki.
Dan saya Amber.
Jumpa lagi. Bye.
Welcome everyone. We are so excited to have you here today. Right now, we are at Harun Aminurrashid Residential College, or in short KHAR, one of Sultan Idris Education University Residential College. In this virtual tower, our student council committees will be showing you around the college. We're also going to show you some fun and unique things KHAR has to offer. KHAR offers 6 residential blocks for Sultan Idris Education University students to reside in, with Block 1 until Block 4 offered to female residents, while Block 5 and Block 6 for male residents. Each block can accommodate up until 288 residents with 10 houses per floor. All houses have 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms and a sink. Parking lots in front of the blocks are also provided for residents to park their vehicles. One of KHAR's way of taking care of its resident welfare is by providing each block with a water dispenser machine. Residents can fill up their water bottles without having to go to the cafeteria. Vending machines are also provided for residents who has a knack for sweet drinks. In addition to a football field, KHAR also provides its residents with outdoor courts where they can play sports to fill in their leisure time. It also helps to promote healthy living amongst the residents. Our college office can be found right before you pass through the gates to enter the residential blocks area. Residents can come to the office to report on facility damages to the administration for further actions. As a part of the Residential College Student Council, we have our own operational room situated at Block 5. Doubling as our workspace, we will meet up to discuss and brainstorm ideas together for future program planning. There are times where we will also do meetings at a cabin situated behind the college office with administrative staff for management matters. At the heart of each residential college is cafeteria. Residents can come to the cafe either to dine out or do takeout at one of the 8 eateries that sells a variety of dishes. Residents who wish to buy groceries can also do so at KHAR's Minimart, where they sell basic necessities such as toiletries and laundry detergents. Residents are also provided with self-service laundry at the back of the cafeteria. KHAR provide for washing machines and fire dryers for them to use to minimize their time in washing their clothes. Other facilities at the cafeteria includes an ATM machine for residents who wish to withdraw cash and do banking transactions. KHAR's hall is situated on the first floor of the cafeteria and can fit up to 1,000 residents at one time. It is equipped with basic facilities for the residents' usage. Sport equipment and traditional costumes are also stored at the back of the hall in their respective rooms. Washrooms are also provided on both sides of the hall. KHAR Lounge, a lounge run by our very own Student Council committees, is situated in front of the hall. Residents can come hang out at the lounge from 7:30 p.m. until 11 p.m. to do their revisions or group discussion while enjoying a variety of snacks. When visiting KHAR Lounge, don't miss out on its trademark dish, the Odon Bowl. Transportation is also provided for students to commute around the campus. Residents can choose to ride the bus based on where it's heading to, as each bus has its own fixed route. The bus is scheduled to pick up residents every 30 minutes, starting from 7:30 a.m. up until 11 p.m. We hope you enjoy the visual tour prepared by Harun Aminurrashid Residential College Student Council. Stay safe and don't forget to wear masks. Thanks for watching.
Welcome to KHAR!
Hai, salam sejahtera dan salam UPSI cemerlang. Bersama saya Niki Akadiana Rishman
Dan saya Christian Octavius,
Kami wakil dari Esko Publicity dan Informasi.
Majlis Mahasiswa Kolej Harun Aminurrashid University Pendidikan Sultan Idris ingin memperkenalkan media sosial kami.
Kami mempunyai media sosial seperti Instagram, Facebook dan YouTube. Di sini kami dapat berhubung dan berkongsi dengan anda, dan di sini juga tempat untuk mendapatkan perkembangan info dan isu-isu semasa.
Anda boleh mengikuti laman Instagram kami iaitu @MediaKHAR untuk mengetahui info-info yang lebih lanjut. Di mana di Instagram MediaKHAR ini kami mempunyai iklan iaitu Akhbar KHAR secara atas talian, live update, story dan event.
Manakala Facebook MediaKHAR pula menyediakan FB Live untuk membuat program. Contohnya seperti program Mahabbah Rasulullah.
Hasil daripada perbincangan yang hangat pihak KHAR,
Kami telah menghasilkan sebuah YouTube channel sebagai platform perkongsian ilmu dan isu-isu semasa.
dan YouTube channel kami ini menerima idea dan video anda untuk dijadikan video di dalam channel ini.
Sekiranya anda mempunyai keyakinan yang tinggi
Ingin mengetengahkan dan memongsikan idea anda,
dan anda mempunyai bakat dalam kewartawanan, videografi, sukan, akademik atau seni yang anda ingin tampilkan kepada semua,
kami mengalu-alukan anda untuk menghantar video ilham dan perkongsian yang dapat memberi manfaat kepada kita semua.
oh, jika anda mempunyai YouTube channel, marilah berkolaborasi dengan kami.
Alah, Niki, kita dah sampai ke penghujung video.
Betul tu. Jadi jangan lupa untuk subscribe, like dan share.
Dan tekan loceng untuk menerima notifikasi video baru kami nanti.
Terima kasih menonton. Saya Niki.
Dan saya Amber.
Jumpa lagi. Bye.
Welcome everyone. We are so excited to have you here today. Right now, we are at Harun Aminurrashid Residential College, or in short KHAR, one of Sultan Idris Education University Residential College. In this virtual tower, our student council committees will be showing you around the college. We're also going to show you some fun and unique things KHAR has to offer. KHAR offers 6 residential blocks for Sultan Idris Education University students to reside in, with Block 1 until Block 4 offered to female residents, while Block 5 and Block 6 for male residents. Each block can accommodate up until 288 residents with 10 houses per floor. All houses have 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms and a sink. Parking lots in front of the blocks are also provided for residents to park their vehicles. One of KHAR's way of taking care of its resident welfare is by providing each block with a water dispenser machine. Residents can fill up their water bottles without having to go to the cafeteria. Vending machines are also provided for residents who has a knack for sweet drinks. In addition to a football field, KHAR also provides its residents with outdoor courts where they can play sports to fill in their leisure time. It also helps to promote
kepada seluruh
Attention to all participants, the program will begin shortly. Please make sure your internet reception is at its best and make yourself comfortable during the viewing. At the end of the 2 sessions, there will be a question and answer session. To those who have further inquiries, you may state your question in the comment section, provided with your full name and your institution. Your cooperation is much appreciated. Thank you. Participants, please get ready to sing our national anthem, Negaraku, and Sultan Idris Education University's Ibu Kandung Sulu Budiman.
Ibu kandung suluh budiman, oh budi malam gelap, bina budi penyebar tekad, pancaran semangat wajah. Ibu kandung suluh budiman, ibu pujaan kami yang berjasa pada masyarakat, hidup gagah berani. Ibu kandung suluh budiman, dengarlah sumpah sumbangsi dan suci. Selagi hayat di kandung badan, kami tetap berbakti. Selagi hayat di kandung badan, kami tetap berbakti.
Good morning and greetings to everyone. Dr. C. Anwar bin C. Abdullah, Principal, Harun Aminurrashid Residential College, Student. Dr. C. Anwar bin C. Abdullah, Principal, Harun Aminurrashid Residential College, Sultan Idris Education University. Ms. Pek Yok Leng, Vice Secretary, Harun Aminurrashid Residential College, Student Council, Sultan Idris Education University, Malaysia. Mr. Chia Clement, Specialized Unit President, Isaac, in University Malaysia Sabah, Malaysia. Ms. Naura Azara, Local Committee Vice President Talent Management, Isaac, Indonesia. Mr. Emmanuel Maris Ponon, Executive Director, Asian Youth Advocates Network, the Philippines. Ms. Pham Hong Thiet An, Local Committee Vice President Youth Engagement, Isaac, Vietnam. Mr. Arkam Altaf Rahmanias, Secretary General, Virtual International Model United Nations, Pakistan. Ms. Dushananta Kumar, Receiver of Top 10 Malaysia Young Talent Awards, Monstar Awards 2020. Man bin Nordin, President, Harun Aminurrashid Residential College Student Council, Sultan Idris Education University. Ms. DK Nabila binti Eke Soprisha, Program Director, Leaders Empowering Aspiring Youth Dialogue, Harun Aminurrashid Residential College Student Council, Education University. Fellows and Administration of Harun Aminurrashid Residential College, student councils of Harun Aminurrashid Residential College, empowering aspiring youth dialogue committee members, and students of higher education institutions in Asia Pacific. First and foremost, let us all praise the Lord for giving us the chance to participate in today's program. For your information, Leaders Empowering Aspiring Youth Dialogue is an international webinar bringing leaders from youth-led organizations across Asia Pacific to provide a platform for guest panelists to discuss on ways to cultivate young leaders by providing insight into the culture of leadership. We aim to encourage youth in developing essential qualities to reach their full potential. Thus, it is hoped a generation of global leaders will emerge amongst youth today. Due to unavoidable circumstances, the representative from Southeast Asian Service Leadership Network Project Youth Rise, Brunei Darussalam, will not be able to join for us today. Dearest participants, to bless today's program, let us begin with the recitation of Dua by Mr. Muhammad Syami bin Jaminan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. لنبينا الكريم وعلى آله وأصحابه الكرام الفاتحة. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وأصحابه أجمعين. O Allah, O Karim, O Wadud, we express our gratitude to you for allowing us to attend and watch the Leaders Empowering Aspiring Youth Dialogue webinar today. O Allah, the Almighty God, may the days we go through begin with your mercy, the middle is blessed, and end with your forgiveness. And also make the days that we go through begin with guidance, the middle in victory, and end with excellence. O Allah, the Almighty God, we ask Your Majesty that You make this event as a platform for us to unite, strengthen friendship, work together, and help each other among us in order to develop the country in facing the new millennium. O Allah, make this our gathering a blessed assembly, and make our parting after this as a parting that preserve from danger and evil. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Thank you for the dua recitation. Now, let us watch an introduction video of Sultan Idris Education University. Without further ado, let us watch the speech from our program director, Ms. Dike Nabila binti Eke Sofisha.
Professor Datuk Dr. Ma'amin bin Ma'taf, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs and Alumni, Sultan Idris Education University. Dr. Cik Anwar bin Cik Abdullah, Principal, Harun Aminurrashid Residential College, Sultan Idris Education University. Ms. Pek Yok Leng, Vice Secretary, Harun Aminurrashid Residential College, Student Council, Sultan Idris Education University, Malaysia. Mr. Chia Clement, Specialized Unit President ISEC in University Malaysia Sabah, Malaysia. Ms. Naura Azahra, Local Committee Vice President Talent Management, ISEC, Indonesia. Mr. Emmanuel Mirusponan, Executive Director, Asian Youth Advocates Network, the Philippines. Ms. Nurlina Munira binti Muhammad Ali, Project Co-Coordinator, Southeast Asia Service Leadership Network, SILNET, Project Youth Rise Brunei Darussalam. Ms. Pham Hong Tuyat An, Local Committee Vice President Youth Engagement, Isaac Vietnam. Mr. Arkam Altaf Ur Rahman Nias, Secretary General in Virtual International Model United Nations, Pakistan. Ms. Dusha Nantakumar, receiver of Top 10 Malaysia Young Talent Awards, Monster Awards 2020. Mr. Muhammad Hilman bin Nordin, President, Harun Aminurrashid Residential College Student Council, Sultan Idris Education University. Fellows and Administration of Harun Aminurrashid Residential College, leaders empowering aspiring youth dialogue committee members, and students of higher education institutions in Asia Pacific. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good morning. Alhamdulillah, I am most grateful to God for giving us the opportunity to gather here today at Leaders Empowering Aspiring Youth Dialogue program. A great pleasure to welcome all respective guest panelists and moderator for your presence here today. My highest appreciation also goes to all the students from higher institutions in Asia Pacific. The objectives of this program are to form corporate communication network across borders, produce a generation of global leaders amongst youth today, and encourage youth in developing essential qualities to reach their full potential. My biggest gratitude goes towards all guest panelists, moderator, community members, and the ones involved in making this program a success. It is my biggest aspiration to provide a platform for youth-led organization leaders to discuss on ways to cultivate young leaders by providing insights into the culture of leadership. My hope is that this program is carried out every year and becomes an annual program for every residential college organization, especially KHAR. Finally, I hope everyone enjoyed and benefited from our program today. Thank you. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for the beautiful speech from our program director, Ms. D.K. Nabila. Dearest participants, before we proceed with the main event, I would like to first introduce today's moderator, Ms. Dusha Nantakumar. Ms. Dusha Nantakumar is a fourth-year student taking bachelor's degree in psychology with honors. She is a former Public Relations and International Executive Committee of Student Representative Council in Sultan Idris Education University for session 2019 and 2020. She is used to be a moderator for Leaders Engaging for Action Dialogue and moderator for international events that include panels around the globe. Besides that, Ms. Dusha has been involved in the protocol team and being an MC for over 25 events. Last year, she received the Top 10 Malaysia Young Talent Awards by Monster Asia. She is also nominated with an Outstanding Delegate Award in the International Model United Nations Online Conference 19.0 with over 85 countries as participants. And now, I would like to invite Ms. Dusha to lead the Leaders Empowering Aspiring Youth Dialogue.
Thank you very much, dear Mistress of Ceremony. How are you, everyone? So we are catching live from Malaysia today morning. It's about 9:30 here, and I believe that every section of the world is having a beautiful day, a beautiful moment, and definitely a beautiful journey that we are going to endure today. So first up, let me just get straight to who we have today and from the salutations. Dr. Che Anwar bin Che Abdullah, Principal, Harun Aminurrashid Residential College, Sultan Idris Education University, Ms. Pek Yok Leng, Vice Secretary, Harun Aminurrashid Residential College, Student Council, Sultan Idris Education University, Malaysia, Mr. Chia Clement, Specialized Unit President Isaac in University Malaysia Sabah, Malaysia, Ms. Naura Azara, Local Committee Vice President Talent Management Isaac, Indonesia, Mr. Emmanuel Mirusponon, Executive Director, ASEAN Youth Advocates Network, the Philippines, Ms. Pham Hong Tuyet An, Local Committee Vice President, Youth Engagement, Isaac, Vietnam. Mr. Arkam Altaf or Rehman Niaz, Secretary General, Virtual International Model United Nations, Pakistan. Mr. Muhammad Hilman bin Nordin, President Harun Aminurrashid Residential College, Student Council, Sultan Idris Education University. Ms. D.K. Nabila Binti A.K. Soprisha, Program Director, Leaders Empowering Aspiring Youth Dialogue, Harun Aminurrashid Residential College Student Council, Sultan Idris Education University. Fellows and Administration of Harun Aminurrashid Residential College, Student Councils of Harun Aminurrashid Residential College, Leaders Empowering Aspiring Youth Dialogue Committee members, and of course, students of higher education institutions in Asia Pacific. Now, when we talk about leaders, there are so many definitions, there are so many discussions that we want to open up. But today, we are going to specify specifically to the title of Leaders Empowering Aspiring Youth Dialogue. And we would love to see how unleashing leadership is essential, how to do it, when to do it, and which are the strategies. So from the program introduction, this program is organized by the Harun Aminurrashid Residential College, featuring 6 panelists across 5 countries in Asia Pacific. And first, we had another program under the title of Lead 1.0 earlier of this year, Leaders Engaging for Action Dialogue, whereby our focus theme was on redefining leadership amidst the new norm. That time, the pandemic was definitely a new start. So everything needed a swap, everything needed an improvisation, creativity, and innovation. And today, we come forward to focus on if we have known what is the definition, what are the new norms. Let us see how we can unleash the leadership further. Let's see how we can empower the aspiring youth dialogue further. Ladies and gentlemen, if an egg is broken by outside force, life ends. But if that same egg is broken by inside force, life begins. Great things begin from inside. So does leadership. And that's why we would love to unleash the leaders within ourselves. We look for people, we see people, and we help ourselves too, so that we can provide a better generation, we can provide assets to the next upcoming people and serve for our well-being. Ooh, that's a huge start. And we would also love to apologize if there are any technical issues from our side. There was a slight delay, but let's see it as a catapult, right? To launch further, we need to take a slight back step. So, of course, to make this program a better output, we just invested further a little backwards, and definitely we are going to provide the best from our side of the organizers, and the panelists are more than ready to meet all of you today. So let's go on with the systematic organization on how the program is going to be executed. So we'll be having part 1 and part 2. Title will be Unleashing the Leader Within You. So under this topic, we'll be having 4 subtopics. So the first subtopic will be what makes a good leader. Second subtopic will be essential qualities needed to be developed in youth. And therefore, these 2 subtopics will be imparted into the first part 1, and then we will have a break. So break is just to get some drinks and to come back here. And to go on with the second part, part 2, Unleashing the Leader Within You. So it will have subtitles of the subtopic of the third one, which is Inner Leadership Challenges Leaders Likely Face. And the fourth is Pushing Forward Beyond Crisis. So in the short, we'll be having 2 subtopics for each part. Part 1, subtopic 1, subtopic 2, part 2, subtopic 3, subtopic 4. And for dear panels, we will be having a roundtable session. As usual, we'll love to hear what you have to say and your opinions on it. And we'll go on with certain sequences. But before that, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear from our panels. We have 6 panelists, 5 countries of Asia Pacific, and now we will be going through a guest panelist introduction. So each panels with a sequence of from Indonesia, Pakistan, Vietnam, Malaysia, Mr. Chia Clement, Malaysia, the second panel, Ms. Pek Yok Leng, and then Philippines. Then we will see how they are going to exude their leadership on screen. So let's start to get to know our first panel, which is Ms. Naura Azara from Indonesia.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Naura Zahra. My name is Naura Zahra. I am currently the local committee vice president of ISAC in Indonesia. Next slide, please. So here's a little bit about me. I used to be staff of marketing, and currently I am also part of delegate service team of ISAC in Korea. I am majoring in psychology, specializing in organizational and industrial psychology. So as you guys know, I came from ISAC as well. Next slide, please. So you guys might heard or might not heard about our organization. Our organization is called ISAC. Can we move on to the next slide, please? Yeah, can we please move on to the next slide? Another one, please. So these are all the words that could describe ISAC. So basically, ISAC are a youth-run, non-governmental, and not-for-profit global platform for young people to develop their leadership potential. Next slide, please. And ISAC believe in creating a better world by supporting the Sustainable Development Goals, or SDG, initiated by the United Nations. We do so by creating initiative projects that support certain SDG. As for example, in my LC, we have a project supporting SDG number 3, and in ISAC UMS, they have a project supporting SDG number 14. So these programs are customized depending on which ISAC you are in. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, dear panelists from Indonesia. That was definitely short and concise. So she featured on the 7 SDGs. And of course, for our program today, we would love to promote to see on the SDG 16, peace and justice of strong institutions to be cultivated along the way. And up next, we'll be having our panelist from Pakistan, Mr. Arkam Altaf.
Hello everyone, good morning. Thank you for the introduction. My name is Arkam Altaf Rahman Niaz, as you can see on your screens. I am a computer science student. I'm a freshman at my university. I'm a 19-year-old guy. I have been into model UNs a lot from middle school time. That is the primary reason that I am sort of involved in international events. Other than that, I am an instructor at my university for model UNs of senior as well as junior students. Yes, you can see the slide as well. I have a bit of a you could say academic background. I hail from a pretty reputable high school over here in Pakistan. It's called the Lahore Grammar School, and I've done my college education from Foreman Christian College. Now, other than that, I'm the Secretary General for Virtual International Model UN, which primarily focuses on, as this meeting is also for that, to remove the area of what we call as borders and discuss people and discuss ideas that is very important for our future generation to come up. One additional point is that in 2016, I was the lead representative of our country, which means like Islamic Republic of Pakistan, to the Union of India while we were discussing Kashmir and the border tensions. Other than that, I am a bit of a scholarship holder at my university, which I forgot to mention, and plus I love movies. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Arkam. That was short and sweet indeed. Okay, let's hear from our panel from Vietnam, Ms. Pham Hong Tuyet An.
Okay, hello and good morning, everyone. As you can see, my name is Pham Hong Tuyet An, and currently I'm a local vice president of ISAC in XMS Vietnam. I'll give two more information about myself. For the educational background, I was a student of the high school for the gifted. Since I was the student, I have a position as a president of our music club. After passed our final exam, I have my university life with a Bachelor of Business Administration at Tulungang University High School at Tulungang University. Um, my other life began at this moment with a name, and we have a product called Global Warranty. So I have worked on this product for like about 1 year, and after that, I was selected as a local vice president of youth engagement in our organization. So it's my part. Thank you.
Welcome and thank you, Ms. Pham Hong Tuet An. That was amazing in how you deliberately explained. And now we'll be having two panels from Malaysia. So in short, we will have panel 1, Malaysia 1, and panel 2, Malaysia 2. So from Malaysia 1, we'll be having Mr. Clement. Let's hear.
Thank you very much, Dusha. So hello everyone. I hope you guys are having a blast here and staying here with us. So a little bit about me. So yes, my name is Chia Clement, but you can know me as Clemena. And yes, I think my role is written down there very clearly for you guys. So I don't think you guys are interested in that. I think you guys are more interested in who am I as a person and who is this person here. So a little bit about my academic backgrounds, a little bit about myself. How about I start off with my academic background. So I'm actually a Sabahan. Yeah, I come from the east side of Malaysia and I studied at Sekolah Menengah St. Michael Penampang. Yeah, if you guys are from Sabah side, maybe you heard of this school. And then I continued my studies. I furthered my studies in College Matrikulasi Labuan. Yeah, I heard a lot significant number of UPSI students are actually from matriculation. So hello. And then of course I then continue my study in University Malaysia Sabah. And also, yeah, what am I studying there is I'm studying food science and nutrition. Yeah, interesting, right? So if you guys think that, hey, I want to hit him up, maybe ask him for tips about maybe diet plan, maybe nutrition guidance, yeah, you can do so. Yeah, I can work both as a leader and also, yeah, some kind of a consultant. Okay, other than that, of course, you want to know about my experience, like what's my background in Isaac. So actually, as just like normal organization, I started from as a member. So I was a organizing committee youth experience, and then I further up my role, pick up a new role, which is director for Speak Up Sabah, or a project revolved around SDG number 4. And then I continue on my journey as the vice president of people management. Yeah, fun fact, me and I'm actually my previous term I shared the same role as Nora. And then yeah, right now here am I, yeah, the president. And yeah, I think that is all for me. Thank you very much.
Welcome. Such an exciting startup from Mr. Clement over there. And he also featured on his slides on fun facts like get to know me and so on. It was very intriguing to hear. And definitely that black belt in karate definitely rings a bell. That must have been hard in dance systems and so on. Okay, congratulations. It's exciting to see. Up next, we'll have panel Malaysia 2, Ms. Pet Yokleng.
Good morning, everyone. Firstly, thanks for inviting me. I would like to introduce myself. Just as the slide is, my name is Pak Yok Leng. And then you can call me Yoki, it's easier that way too. I'm the Vice Secretary of Harun Aminurrashid Residential College Student Council for this session. I'm currently doing my 3rd year for Bachelor's of Degree, Economic Finance. So in the slide that shows the previous achievement and position is basically what I do. I usually involved in organization, programs, or team in serving community. So to sum up, a brief introduction of me would be the slogan that I have out there, the personal quote. I would like to quote it myself. Figure out your own timeline. You don't have to follow the speed of others. Where I feel like every person should be doing their job or chasing their dream at their own pace, and we shouldn't be comparing with any other. Okay, that's for me. Thank you.
Okay, so Ms. Pek Yokleng came up and she introduced herself humbly and also set up a quote for everyone else to see, figure out your own timeline. You don't have to follow the speed of others, which is actually true. Everyone has their personal pace, everyone has things to do, and sometimes not everyone's bucket is the same weight. Not everyone's field is the same width and height and so on. So just take your own pace, lead your own way, and we'll become the best leaders in our versions and to embrace other people too. And up next, we'll be having our panel from Philippines, Mr. Emmanuel Miruspanun.
All right. Hello, everyone. It's so nice to see all of you. Good morning. Mabuhay from the Philippines. My name is Emmanuel Miruspanun. I recently turned 20, and recently I was featured in CNN and on major outlets as the global team leader of the Philippines. I'll be sharing more of this later. I intended not to share more about my organization that I am representing today, which is the ASEAN Youth Advocates Network. It's a coalition of youth advocates that aim for the better change that aims to educate, advocate, and inspire the youth into becoming good stewards, into becoming servant leaders in their respective communities. And so we're actually present in Malaysia. We have a strong chapter in Malaysia. And I intended just to introduce myself and not give any PowerPoint or insight regarding the ASEAN Youth Advocates Network because of the fact of me wanting to test you if it is you that would want to see through this opportunity. Once again, mabuhay from the Philippines, and I am excited to be here. Thank you.
All right, welcome and maraming salamat po. Okay, it's really definitely nice to see you, Mr. Emmanuel. It's such a strong start on how someone comes up and, being so confident on putting up their points of views. Definitely a great honor to see you and to meet all the panelists today. So in short, we have from Indonesia panel, Miss Nora, who brings up ISAC, which was founded in 1948. And then she goes on with the SDGs and featuring importance of the organization. And we have from Pakistan, our panel, Mr. Arkam, who featured on Model United Nations, which is currently the prominent basis of training, public speaking, and diplomacy among youths and also many people. And then our panel from Vietnam, who also featured herself as a BEO, which actually intrigued me and tickled my heart. And then we have panel Malaysia 1, who had a black belt on karate. It's still an interesting feature for me. It has definitely showed a lot of perseverance to go from white, yellow, orange, and all the way to the black belt. And enduring the dance system, you're such a resilient man. And then we have Malaysia too, Miss Tek Yok Lang, who remained humble and also just put on a quote that we can hold on to. So one statement, one line, but believe me, after this, many leaders of this webinar today will start citing and quoting their own ones, and do stay to catch them up. And then we had our panel from the Philippines who started confidently and will definitely remain confident till the end. Now that we have known our panels and our guests, it's time for us to move forward for the main topic today, which is Lead Talk 2.0, unleashing the leader within you. As said before, life is just on what comes from inside. Often, no matter how many things are going to come up our way from the outside, if we don't actually instill certain core values within us, if we do not stand up to our principles, if we do not have certain amount of patience, wisdom, we might just fall on the way. So great things begin from the inside to shape who we are, to make us resilient, confident, and definitely a contributing asset to the society. And for today, as mentioned too, we'll be having 2 subtopics for part 1, and we will be having a break at 11:30. So that will be about 1 hour plus from now. Malaysian time, 11:30 morning of Malaysian time. And then after that, if any of the audience would have questions, please do drop by the YouTube live channel, because we will be surveillancing all the questions and we'll gather them for us to prompt the panels later. And then for the first subtopic, we'll be having approximately about 40 minutes. The second subtopic on 40 minutes as well on essential qualities needed to be developed in youth. So let's start the first topic, shall we? What makes a good leader? That is a very alarming question. There can be several definitions. Sometimes we have a typical 7 leadership definitions. Sometimes we have comparisons on who is a leader, who is a boss. And at times, we take this opportunity to be a bit proactive, as concurrent with Stephen R. Covey, first habit on 7 habits of highly effective people, be proactive. Before we become leader, let us have webinars. Let us talk about it. Let us seek the guidance from student leaders who are already in the field, who are already doing the execution. So here today, the big question, what makes a good leader? And we will start up with our panelist from Indonesia, Miss Nora. The floor is yours and the slide presentation will be up in a while.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So, what makes a good leader? So, what makes a good leader? As for me personally, what makes a good leader? The answer is charisma. On to the next slide, please. Now, I know what you guys think about, like, what do you mean by charisma? Isn't it something that not everyone are born with? But guys, the truth is charisma in leadership is something that can be trained, which means that everyone can have it. Next slide, please. So what I meant by charismatic leader are referring to individuals who are able to inspire others through their words, ideas, and behaviors. Next slide. So how can you exhibit this charismatic leadership personality traits? So first, you can start developing your aura of charisma by using your passion as catalyst to generate enthusiasm. And you can also try to draw others in by creating a bond that inspires them to follow. And lastly, what we can do is bringing out the potential in others by tapping into their emotions/heart. And one of the way which you can do it is by empathizing and really caring with their needs. Okay, that's it from me. Thank you.
Okay, so charisma and how do we exhibit it? Yes, definitely along the way, empathy carries a huge weight. And up next, we'll be having our panel from Pakistan, Mr. Arkam.
Hello everyone again. So first of all, let's not define what you could say who is a leader, or well, my slide says define it your own way, so that your way. So that is actually what I wanted you guys to know, that you could not say that all right, a person from the age of 19 till the age of 45 can be a leader, and a person who is 15 or 16 years old cannot be a leader. We cannot put an age limit, or we cannot put a bracket on what or who a leader could be. So first of all, let not define, or let not put brackets or categories around leadership or leaders. So that is one point. The other point being that what do I feel, or who do I feel as leader, or what makes a good leader is anyone or any person who has the idea or who has the perspective of something different, something new, something that has not been done before on one topic or another that was traditionally being followed. So supposedly, if one person knows to make tea in a different way, that guy can be a leader to a revolution in the area of culinary whatsoever. Like Clement is drinking, like you can drink it from the other hand, you can drink it from your head around, any way possible. All right. See, I've had my coffee, I'm okay. So plus to that, I'd like to add one more thing, that whoever is a leader will obviously face problems. So again, another small addition to the point, that while you are leading a revolution, while you're leading an idea, or while you're leading a campaign, you need to remember that there will be obstacles in the way. So you need to be resilient, obviously one. That should be a quality in you while you are thinking to be a leader, or while you are aspiring to be one. And plus, you do not need to put categories or brackets around the idea of leadership or ideas that need leadership. You just need to be there, you just need to be bold and daring, and I suppose that will be good enough to be a leader. Thank you.
So leaders, in short, dare to be different. I think every single person who comes up with this is definitely different in their own ways and have created their own empires, because they just found people who can click with them. They just found their own troop who can work with them, and they are enlarging their execution power. They're enlarging their visions to become better leader. So yes, actually it is true in the way that there's no specific way to define leadership. Everyone has their personal definitions, and today we will be finding a collective way on how do we see a good leader. And up next, we'll be hearing from our panelist, Vietnam, Ms. Pham Hong Tuet An.
Okay, hello everybody. So for me, a good leader is the one who have like the most important factors is the attitude. Next slide, please. Yes, because our country have a code like the value of the gift is the way you give it to the others. So for me, the attitude is the most important thing I want to see in my leader, in my teammate, or also in my members. Because for me, everyone can be a leader, and it's not just depend on your title. It depends on the way you act with the others, and also on the way you treat the problems, and also on the ways you resolve them. So for me, the capacity can be enhanced, but your attitude is really hard to change because somehow it's your characteristic. And attitude is the first thing I want to mention when I talk about a good leader. So next slide, please. Yes, and for the second factor is the one who can foresee the future, because a good leader who can see the big picture of our working, our operation, and also who dare to take the risk and give a clear direction for our members to follow. Because we need a clear path and also clear goal for our team to achieve. So it's a good leaders for me. Thank you.
Okay, welcome the panel from Vietnam. But I would have a probing question actually. There's something that I would really love to ask. Now, when we say that foresee the future, like for instance, there were times that no one would have thought that we would come up with the COVID-19 pandemic. And so in this case, because I believe that when you're going to talk about foresee the future, you would have definitely had a deep thought on why do you say foresee the future. So for example, for people who would have not seen the pandemic coming, so how could we see a good leader in that case? Like a leader, how should have they anticipated or estimated the arrival of the pandemic or such situation today?
Uh, okay, thank you for giving me this question. It's kind of hard. I think that for like in our life there are some unexpected things which will come and we have to deal with it. So in this case, is the one who can like it's not also foresee when the pandemic is over, but it's they can foresee how can they do to deal with the pandemic. Like before the pandemic, a virtual platform is not really like um popular for everyone, and they just think that we just do it in the physically way, not the virtually way. But after the pandemic, a lot of things have to change, and we have to deal with it. So a good leader is the one who can foresee what happens next after this event happens, and what can we do next to deal with it and to adapt with the environment. Yes, so it's my answer for your question.
Yes, thank you. So foreseeing the future and when it arrives, we adapt to it. Yes, indeed, because we would love people to lead their own ways and to show great examples to other people. So up next, we'll be having our panel from Malaysia One, Mr. Clement.
Thank you again, Dusha. So, yeah, I think you can go to the next slide. So my take on what makes a good leader, it might be a little bit off from the spectrum, but then this is my personal opinion, and I would put it in the context of what makes a good leader in an organization. Yeah, because yeah, in my past year or in my past experience, I've been working in organizations, so this is something that I resonate with the most a lot. Okay, can go next. So for me, right, what makes a good leader for me is a person who is able to shape a culture or a culture shaper. So I think I can give you a very beautiful example. I think you can go next. So what you guys are seeing here is kind of like a model or like a framework of how my team will behave or how my executive board will behave lah. So as you can see the top, that's our stand lah. Like we empower, cultivate, blah blah blah. And yeah, we call ourselves axolotl, EB axolotl. And fun fact about axolotl, it's a very hardy amphibian. So you chop off his head, you chop off his tail, you chop off his hand, it will regrow back. You put it in the sea, it can survive. You put it on land, it can also survive. So that's how we picture ourselves in like this animal. It's because yeah, we are trying our best to keep adapting, to keep moving forward, to be sure that we are able to comfortable with our environment. So okay, but back to the topic is, so why I say about culture shaping is because, this is what my leader told me before I was elected is, you can have a very outstanding team. You can have a very competent leader. You can have a very competent member. But all this will go into waste if you are unable to utilize them or form a culture in a way that you are able to coordinate each of everyone's weakness and strength together. So with that, we actually come up with these values among our team, which is we have the value of always having a growth mindset. How can we always keep moving forward? How can we overcome this issue? How can we solve this bottleneck? And of course, ownership is how can we own our roles? Okay, I'm a president, I'm a director. Yeah, very big role, but how are you owning up to your role? Are you basically picking up that responsibility, or are you just here just because of the title? And of course, transparency is something we value the most, is because if you feel like, hey, I'm not performing very well, hey, I noticed my department is not performing well, then I will let my team know that, hey, I think that I'm not doing well. Mind if I seek for help, or mind if I ask for support. So this kind of thing that we actually value the most. And of course, we set a few rules for our team as well. And one thing it's a culture in our team is, if let's say you feel like you don't understand, or you think that you don't get what's the context, you can just ask. There's no such thing as stupid question in my organization. And second is, don't assume, ask. It's best if you understand instead of making assumption. And third is, yes, we are working remotely, we are working through our telephone, we are working through our laptop, so open your camera, make it more livelier. Show your presence. And then of course, number 4 is basically be punctual. And then number 5 is, because my organization, we are having members from various races, various backgrounds. So whenever we accidentally or use a foreign language, or we coin it as ching chong, we will choose to explain what's the meaning of it, so that no one is basically left behind. Like for example, I know Mandarin, so I suddenly use Mandarin when I'm having a conversation. So it's only fair that I explain what am I saying, so that they don't feel like he's speaking Mandarin. Is there something he's hiding from me? That thing won't happen. And as for our bottom line, yes, be proactive, transparent in whatever we are doing, respect each other's time, own your role, no excuse, synergy whenever needed, and of course, yes, reply message within 24 hours, because that's how we ensure that communication is happening, that both sides is communicating with one another. So this is actually my take on culture. So I think I can go next. I will end it up very soon. So this is something my leader actually remind me is, you can have a very wonderful team, but if let's say but culture is what people will be doing when no one is looking. And then she left me with this one question. Let's say one day you are no longer the president, one day you are no longer the leader, so how confident are you that your members or your membership, the people in your organization, will continue to thrive? How can you be assured that, let's say you are not around, they are still able to act accordingly? So this is my take. Thank you very much.
Welcome, dear panel from Malaysia One. Well, I have a question too regarding the previous slide.
Okay.
Something just caught my attention, and it looks like it might be a ching chong too. Okay.
Yes.
So on rules in number 3, so it says open camera je. So for instance, that when we have our audience from different countries, so they would say that that je is definitely a ching chong. So would you like to elaborate more on that?
All right. So actually, the je is kind of like a slang here. Like open camera je is mean like, hey, just open your camera. Just open your camera. The je is like it's just an additional vocabulary where we say like, just do it lah. Like in Malaysia, we always use la, le, lo. So it's kind of like, so actually it doesn't mean anything. The intention here is, just open your camera in a very colorful way.
Okay, so ching chong of the day is je. All right. So usually when I was in school, we have the word of the day. So today we'll have ching chong of the day, word je, which is actually the short form of sahaja, and people just like open the camera sahaja, and you just say je at the end. So dear people, this is how Malaysians actually phrase je, just like that. And then there was one interesting thing on Exolotl. There was EB term, so I suppose that EB is execution board.
Oh yeah. Oh, sorry for not clarifying. EB stands for executive board, and actually, how do you read the term 21.22 is because our term starts in year 2021, so which means I will be retiring in year 2022 on February. So we count it like a cycle. I started my term in February 2021, so my term ends in February 2022 next year. It's a cycle.
Oh, okay, great. So the name Axolotl will be the name of your term, or it's an ongoing name for everyone?
It's a name of the executive board team. Yeah, it's so like every term we will call ourselves differently. Like previous year we call ourselves EB Pioneer because we are the ones starting up, and then this is the second generation. Yeah, Axolotl, basically being a hardy animal surviving everything, surviving pandemic and so on and so forth, etc.
Okay, so from a very common term pioneer, we just changed to an animalistic behavior. Right, that is amazing. Okay, so up next we'll be having, so the clarifications are done for our panel Malaysia 1. So thank you very much, Mr. Clement. That was in fact elaborative, interactive, and people definitely had a great time knowing about axolotl and then the culture shaper and the word jer, which somehow reminds me on, yes, culture is just that one people will be doing when no one is looking. It's something like when Howard Gardner proposed on the 5 ethical minds. At times, those things just remain with us, and that things are our personal identities. No matter wherever we go, we do those things. And when people are not there, we still stick on to that. So one day you're no longer around. How confident are you? Okay, so this comes in like a takeaway note from our panel Malaysia 1. So up next, we'll be having a panel from Malaysia again, Miss Pek Yok Leng on her stand on what makes a good leader.
Next slide. Next slide. So on my take for the topic of what makes a good leader, these are the 4 values that I think it would represent or shows the value of a good leader. So firstly would be the flexibility of a leader, because a leader have to being able to manage themselves and also the others and organize whatever that has to be done. They usually juggle on the task. That's why they should be able to flexible and improvise whatever planning that is done initially and changing it according to the situation that is happening. And then to be knowledgeable, it means to have the right information that is able to guide the team. Since being the leader, most of the time you have to decide on certain decision where your team have to follows you. So having the right information makes your team to respect your decision, and at the same time they would give you their output as your input too, so that the decision that is made is conclusive among the team. So the leader should have a knowledgeable information from inside the organization and also the outside. And then to have the value of a role model, I think because a leader should be able to guide and influence their team. So being the role model that sets the good example would be seen as a motivation to them, because they would see it as a good examples, and if this certain thing is doing good, and then they would follow it. As in, being a good role model will show the team to have a higher influence possibility, so that they would follow the trend, not really as in a trend, but then the good values or the ways of cooperating and all. While for the strong communication and transparency would be the way the team work together. The chemistry of a team depending on how a leader define it. So being able to disclose the right information among the team in and out of the organization will enable them to socialize and work effectively, because in order to work to contribute to the best type of cooperation, it's for sure that everyone would need to have a strong communication among other and have the transparency where no one should be keeping any secrets from others, and they do knows that whatever mission or vision they are doing the same thing in the team. There's no side quest and no side agenda. That's all from me.
Well said. Actually, she goes on the what makes a good leader with 4 featuring topics on flexible, knowledgeable role models, strong communication, and transparency, which actually is something that many people would miss out, because some people would say that good leaders are the ones who people who take up the efforts of people and then to just channel it on a great outcome. But end of the day, it comes on how they are rigid at when it's needed, and they're flexible on how they want to improvise and have good time with the management. And knowledgeable is something that we don't deny. It is one of the fundamental issues on when we look for leaders who can come up with solutions, leaders who can be creative, who can be like childlike, but at the same time who has good level of creativity and wisdom to make decisions, becoming a role model, and strong communication. So for instance, for strong communication, we would perhaps talk about the vertical and horizontal communication we have in organizations. Horizontal is the ones that we share with our colleagues, and vertical communication is the one that we would either share with subordinates or the task managers or our personal bosses or higher administrations. Well, in this type of communication, Ms. Pek Yok Leng, I would just love to inquire more. Like for instance, do you see that there is a difference between different type of communication? That means, do you think that a good leader needs to communicate differently with their colleagues? Like for instance, for horizontal communication, and do they have to communicate in another way when they communicate with their higher authorities? So is there difference on like when we talk with our friends, with our teammates, and to a person that we are answerable to? Or we should just be still be transparent throughout the way and just go on with it?
I'm pretty sure it's actually depending on the organization, the culture of the organization itself, because some of it, they might really care onto the bureaucracy where they would want it to be like respectful if they are the higher ups, but some would rather have subordinates who take them as friends. So whenever there's any problem, whether I am higher ups or not, the thing that differs among us is only the position and our job scope. Yeah, so it really depends on how the take of the organization. But if the main leader choose to change the culture of it, then just like how Clement say, even if you leave, the culture stays. I hope that answers.
So first citation was going on with our speed from Ms. Pek Yok Leng. Now we have the second quotation of the day, whether you go and live, the culture stays. So don't worry, ladies and gentlemen, upcoming next we'll have features of what each leader has to say, and those will be the message, the takeaway from the whole day. All right, so with these 4 criterias, this is what Ms. Pek Yok Leng has to say about what makes a good leader. And let's go to the next panel. From the Philippines, Mr. Emmanuel may respond. So what is a good leader to you? What makes it, sir?
All right, thank you so much. Hello again to everyone. So, my first question to everyone would be, why is everyone here? That would be my rhetorical question. Number 2, I agree with all of my fellow panelists, but we tend to complicate things. Why? We tend to skip on things. Next slide. Let's go back to the basics, because we tend to always define what a leader is. It will always have different definitions on why there are leaders, but we tend to forget the essence of this. And so I'd like to share this to all of you. In every talk, I would do this, but in times of leadership, this is more effective. And as you see in our next slide, I will be talking about the golden circle. Next slide, that only asks you 3 questions. Why, how, and what? What is leadership? In this case, let's go on to our next slide to dissect this one by one. What is servant leadership? To give you already a concrete answer. For me, what makes a good leader is to become a servant leader. And so I will now explain to you what makes it best to be an effective and good leader, which all the answers to all of that will be discussed in a few. So next slide. So with all that said, I hope you get to see the golden circle in an important context. In the Philippines, I would always correlate it to romance. You always need to know your why. And if you don't figure it out quite yet, then let's shift it to love. Why do you love someone? Do you love someone for who he or she is? And so I always would say this for you to see the connection and the importance of this in everything that you do, not just in leadership, but the why and leaders. You know, the biggest problem in the world today, from corruption, from restrictive policies, starts from leaders that are the biggest policy makers, the biggest key actors when it comes to our certain communities, which makes the why very important. And it starts with becoming genuine. Next slide. With all this said, I know that it might sound simple, but it really may be complicated. I'll tell you this. It really depends on where you are at the moment and what you perceive a leader is. We tend to have a misconnection on what leaders are and what they should be. And so with that said, let's define one by one as I go on to my next slide. Unleashing the leader within you requires a solid foundation. And I have my personal formula of what makes a leader. It's someone with the heart of volunteering together with the passion to serve. Because public servants, we servants are public in itself. You serve a certain group of individuals. And what bothers me today is that there are a lot of leaders that have no advocacy. There are a lot of leaders that cannot define what their advocacy is and does not have the genuineness that we have described earlier. Are you authentic in your mission into becoming a leader that is for others? I may have spoiled the definition, but now let's go and dissect what leadership is by definition. Next slide. Let's go back to servant leadership. A servant is someone that performs duties for others, and that's a simple Google search. You can go and search what a servant is. And then next slide, let's go on what leadership is from Google, the action of leading a group of people or an organization. Let's try to mix things and to make it simple for everyone. Next slide. Leadership, according to the TYA definition, the Youth Advocates definition, is one that makes their employees feel safe, members feel safe, who draws people into a circle of trust. You create trust, you create safety, especially in uneven circumstances, which takes on a big responsibility. So let's make this simpler. Next slide. A servant leader, a good leader, focuses primarily on the growth and well-being of the people and the communities that they serve. Let me give you something that may be disturbing for some. Leadership isn't about you. If you become a leader because of your titles, then you are what makes the system, what makes the community corrupt and prone to have no sustainability thereof. That would eradicate efficiency and effectiveness. What's the difference of efficiency and effectiveness? Doing the right things versus doing things right. And that is why, as you see in your screen, servant leadership is the orienting value, the foundation to serve first, then have the conscious choice to lead. Like what I've said, you have to start with having the genuine heart to volunteer. And that begins with becoming a servant. Next slide. So again, to summarize all this, a servant leader for me is what makes a good leader, because a servant leader is a servant first. As the saying goes, it begins with the natural feeling that one wants to serve. To serve first, then the choice of leading follows. You have to have the passion to serve, where your advocacy enters. Because I believe as you enter in your certain groups, in your certain organizations, in your certain schools, you have that mission. But it can never be for yourself, because that's not leadership. In leadership, there has to be selflessness, not selfishness. And that is how we make that is how we turn our world around into having leaders that we know are desperately needed, especially in these times of crisis, which we will expound more. Next slide. So yes, it's maybe self-explanatory, but then how can we be effective and efficient? How can we do the right things and do things right at the same time into becoming leaders for our members, altogether our society? With that said, a pleasant morning to all, and I look forward to what we will be talking about in the whole duration of this program.
And yes, couldn't agree more. Yes, self-explanatory, Mr. Emmanuel. Thank you so much for such a comprehensive explanation on what makes a good leader. So it makes me more intrigued to ask on questions like, okay, when you have said we would be focusing on servant leadership. Then there's a golden circle of why, how, what, and then there's a solid foundation of serving first, which is definitely something that we really need today, to put others before us. It could be scarce, it could be on the verge of extinction, but let us always have hopes that there are people who put their people first, and to actually look forward to the well-being of the society, to look forward to the importance of the future generation, and so on. So when we talk about this servant leadership, previously, like when we see years back, we had a traditional system of leadership. So that is what we oppose on traditional leadership systems. In that case, there will be a hierarchy that is a triangle. But when we talk about servant leadership, the triangle is inverted. So whereby the leader itself is the main person who becomes the pillar of the society, who becomes the pillar of the organization. So, of course, if you will be talking about servant leadership, you would have done your research and so on. So, I would love to ask you guidance and clarification. What do you think could be the cause that makes servant leadership much better than traditional leadership, or what has caused the evolution? Because we are here today at servant leadership. So, what made traditional leadership extinct?
Yeah, certainly. I take up development studies. I may have forgotten to explain it, which means I study how nations fail, how they succeed, and how they fail. Why are they still third world countries, and why they are first world countries? And what you gave in your background was actually very beneficial, because when the world started, there was no form of governance, meaning to say everyone was part of society. Leadership was naturally made by someone in society. Sadly, some became one with the people, some used that power to take leverage and exploit of the people. And so, what makes servant leadership best is you knowing who you are and who your community is, because you are part of that community. And so, servant leadership has always been that natural sense of leadership. It's based on bounded on how leadership was formed to begin with in different forms of society. And so it's so intriguing as our world progresses. It's something that is also being lost because, with diplomacy and exploitation being present, there are a lot of factors that hinders it. For example, those who want to partake in governance but gets eaten on its, on its system that would eat you and make you corrupt in your values in itself. And so, with all that said, it all goes that servant leadership was there to begin with, as it is what formed what we now know today, the simplest term of leadership.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Emmanuel. It's definitely something that we would say it sparks paradigm shift. When we look at the same thing and we see different perspectives. The same triangle, when it's a typical triangle, it's traditional leadership. And when it's inverted, then it becomes the servant leadership. So end of the day, it's still a shape. But that one shape, that one projection changes the nation. So that is what we're looking for today. It's a basic concept on a basic physical concept, and it could be evolved into cognitive, it could be evolved into psychoanalysis, it could be evolved into different branches, behavioral, and so on. So we have reached the end of the first subtopic. Definitely a fruitful discussion on how we see different things, different perceptions, and which comes back to what Mr. Arkham said actually. Leadership is being different. And this is very explicit in today's discussion that every single panel had their own definitions, and which is true. Leaders are different in their own ways. And they're to be different. Like when Miss Pek Yok Lang said on communication, when she talked further on, yes, there is a communication. And then she linked to Panel Malaysia 1. And that's why we have the culture. And the culture should not just be left just like that. It becomes the culture shaper. And along with the culture shaping, we have the exemplification. Like when we just talk about theories, those are different. Theories have to be put into execution. Theories have to be put into reality. And the reality is shown through the execution of Exaltal EB 21.22. And of course, along of the execution, attitude is important. How we foresee the future. So if the communication does not go right, what could possibly happen? If it goes right, what possibly could happen? And that's how we see on the foreseeing the future, and everyone can be a leader. It's within us. And of course, along the attitude and foreseeing the future, we would love to put up on what the panelist from Indonesia has said, charismatic. Charisma is something that we know it when we see it. And when we see it, we just feel it. It could be across the screen, it could be by physical sensations, but you just know it. When someone, just by far or just by hearing the name, it gives you inspiration. It just gives that one word within your heart. You know, this person empowers me. This person makes me feel better. Therefore, I've got to stay till the last drop of sweat. And that is the charisma and also empathy. Aggressive could be good, passive may not be good. Both has their strength and weaknesses. But how nice if we balance it them with assertive empathy. We give empathy whenever it's needed, and we make sure that we do not give violence along the way. So empathy is always there, charisma is always there, dare to be different, attitude, and also to foresee the future, culture shaper, communication, and also definitely the solid foundation of what a good leader is, golden circle, by featuring the nature of us in servant leadership. So this becomes somehow the summary of the first subtopic on what makes a good leader, which was discussed by the 6 panelists today from Indonesia, Pakistan, Vietnam, Malaysia, 2 panelists from Malaysia, yeah, Malaysia 1, Malaysia 2, and the Philippines. So up next, we'll be having the discussion on the second subtopic, essential qualities needed to be developed in youth. Of course, when we speak about youth, we can say that the discussion can range to a far vast boundary, because we are covering a scope of 5 Asia Pacific countries today. Even the definition of youth could be taken into consideration in the first place. Different countries might have different definitions of youth, different ranges from childhood to adult age. But today we'll be focusing on if youths need to be developed, if the development is on the basis of essential qualities, what would it be? I'm just saying the title, but in a more elaborative way. That's it. What are the essential qualities? We walk out to the door, or it's not quite possible for the current situation, but let's imagine we are walking freely outside and we see 1 or 2 individuals. It's a youth, and you know that that person has potential. That person has a huge potential of development, and you would love to just send a gift out of empathy, out of the love of serving for others. You would just want to send a gift, and you put in 1 or 2 or even more chocolates inside for those who love chocolates. Okay, for those who love dark chocolates, go on with dark chocolate, it's healthy. For those who love milk chocolate, white chocolate, let's go on with that. So you put the chocolate of your choice into the gift box and you pass it to the youth. Now, the person you are is a leader who's able to see the potential of others. The individual that you have seen is the candidate that you're going to groom. The parcel of the box is the essential quality. And how are you going to shape each quality is based on the flavor. So let's go. There'll be so many types of flavors on when we talk about it. So up next, we'll be discussing on essential qualities needed to be developed in youth, and we'll be starting with the same sequence here. From Indonesia, Pakistan, Vietnam, Malaysia 1, Malaysia 2, and Philippines. So we can have great time. Take your time to talk about it. We would love to hear from you, 4 to 5 minutes. So we will start with Ms. Naura from Indonesia. The slideshow will be just up
Thank you,
in a
Dusha.
while.
So in Isaac, we have our very own leadership development model, which consists of the qualities we believe a leader should have in them. So the first one revolves around world citizenship. So world citizenship are the types of people who act to build a better world. They believe that even the smallest action can be significant and can make a difference in the world. And secondly, it is self-awareness. So self-aware refers to people who knows their passions and values, and they use it to consider how these things can contribute to a bigger causes. And then they're solution-oriented. An effective leader does not dwell on problems they face. Instead, they consider possible solution and figure out how to quickly move forward from the problem. And then lastly, there is this thing called empowering others. So basically, this quality maximizes the overall effect of the cause of leadership. Now, when we are able to communicate effectively to a diverse audiences, we will be able to engage others in a big purpose, which is the betterment of the world. Thank you.
Dusha,
Dusha, you're muted, Dusha.
yeah, your mic is mute.
Oh gosh, I'm sorry. Apologies for those technical errors. Of course, dare to be different, yeah? Okay, so once again, let me just make a repetition. All right, so the featurings of what would go on the panel from Indonesia is that problem solving will be the main orientation of it. So we will have, based on the slides, empowering others, world citizen, solution oriented, and self aware. I just do have some things on maybe we would love to think about. For instance, when Ms. Nora, when you're executing certain things or leading the organization, what would be the KPIs, the key performance indicator for yourself? Well, I mean, how would you see it? Would you have it for your personal self? Will you have it for the organization? So how would you say that that is being self-aware?
So I think on how we are able to know that we are self-aware is the way we act. So if we are able to see which part of us are lacking, it means that we are aware of what we are doing. And I think also being open to your members and really, really listening to them, catering to their needs, it means that you are not just being aware of yourself, but you are also aware of the needs of others.
Well, being aware of our personal needs and the needs of others sometimes would require perhaps a sense of emotional intelligence on how we can easily understand other people. So, in your point of view, like how do you think, or maybe an example of how you would have seen someone and then how you would have known that, okay, this is what this person needs for your personal self or for a person in the organization?
Okay, so thank you for the question, Dusha. So, how do I see what a certain person needs? So, in Isaac, we have this culture called O2O, where every week we will talk to each one of our members, and we will have a chat with them and ask like, what do you need? How's the term going so far? How work has been? And how do you feel? So we talk not just about work, but we also ask how they feel about themselves, how they feel about the ongoing term, and how's their mood, how thing is going for them overall. So from that thing we take the takeaway and give them the CTA, call to action, what they should do next, and what could be the possible answer to the matters they are facing.
So that would lie more on the feedback system, on how there is a communication within there, and so on with the world citizen. And so we have four under this leadership development model, which is empowering others, world citizen, solution oriented, and self aware. Thank you very much, Ms. Nora. Up next, we'll be going with the panel from Pakistan, Mr. Arkam, on what could be the essential qualities to develop in youth.
Thank you so much, Dusha, again. All right, so before we go on forward, as Dusha herself stated that, okay, there might be different definitions or different concepts of what or who can be considered under the category of youth. So let's, again, as I said in my first explanation or presentation as well, that I do not like the term definition. So I again do not want to define an age limit for who you could say is a member of youth, right? Supposedly, we can take an example that according to different legal terms, people in, at least in my state, they call people from around age 16 to age 25 or age 35 to be considered under the category or under the banner of youth. I don't accept that term on a personal level or an intentional level. Reason being that one day I'll cross this barrier and I'll become the old guy that everyone says, okay, he's a safe guy to go to for, advice or stuff. I don't want to be that guy at any point in my life. Hence, what I feel is youth is more of a, you could say, state of mind than a biological or a physical term to go with, all right? Supposedly you are at the age of 60, you are almost down to your few last breaths, but still you have that excitement every day of going out there, working, and making a difference in the society and being the leader that you have always been. So for me, that guy will be in his youth still, because he has that state of mind to reciprocate the energy that his fellow beings are giving to him. So that is what I feel is a youth. That is what I feel that people under youth banner could be considered of. Next thing that I like to go with is, all right, number one, yeah. So as Nora stated, that a leader needs to be self-aware. I totally agree with that point. Now let's make two separate branches for self-awareness, I suppose. One being that you need to recognize who you are on a personal level, on a mental level, and as well as on a physical level of what are your capacities, what are your capabilities. Other than next to that, or you could say off branch of that being, you need to analyze yourself entirely. You need to go with the good, the bad, the beautiful, the ugly, the weak, the strong, every point that you have in your personality trait. Right? You need to go through each and everything. Hence, once you do that, that helps a person on a personal level to connect with his leader. As again said by Nora, that you need to have a connection, and other people also said in the previous presentations that there needs to be a strong bond between a leader and his team, as Clement was stated in his presentation. So I totally agree with that point, that yes, there needs to be a strong bond, because once a team member looks up to his leader or her leader, or whatever definition you want to define under your gender as, I'm not going specific, just to be safe. But other than that, whatever you want, if a team leader is looking up to a person is looking up to the team leader and saying, all right, that guy is not just a leader, that guy connects with me on an emotional level. As you said, that there needs to be an emotional intelligence. Yes, there needs to be an emotional intelligence in a person. Hence, that makes a team grow together. As I'm sure Emmanuel said, that you need to be selfless to be a leader. That is totally correct. But what I feel is that once you are a leader, you are not just one individual left alone in the society. The entire team you're going with is your own, you could say, offshoot. So that entire teams become one unit. Hence, you need to be selfish at that point of time, because you need to think not just of yourself, but the entire team that is to be considered as a single unit. Hence, again, coming back to the point that you need to recognize who you are internally. You need to recognize under what category and under what label you can lead a team, and you can lead an evolution, because that is something very strong to do so. And if anyone is doing, I totally commend them. Next, you need to analyze your strengths, your weaknesses, your good, your bad, your beautiful, your ugly. Every point that makes you help, and that makes you connect with the people. And you cannot leave the bad points, because every person at one point in time or the other fallbacks on one specific topic or another. It's not a problem. Like, I don't know how to play tennis. I'm not like, I'm okay with that. It's cool. I'm not a Federer of Lahore, at least. What I say is that you need to remember that your bad points can make you connect with the other person. That makes an emotional bond. That makes a team grow together on a very productive and efficient level. The last point I'd like to make is that you need to set a goal. Every evolution that has ever started since the dawn of time, you could say the Industrial Revolution, coming to the I don't know if it's sensitive to mention or not, but the bamboo evolution that came in China after the famine. Every evolution that came, it had a goal. All right, Chinese wanted their dominance, or the people who were dominating them at one point of time to be gone, and they wanted a separate it's a union, or they wanted a separate identity for themselves. They got it. Industrial Revolution wanted to industrialize the entire concept of traveling. They got that. Every evolution that has ever came into being had a specific set of goals. That, all right, 1 1 1 1 1 2 2 2 3 3. These are all our goals, and this is the framework or the plan that we want to do. So now every framework can be different. That is up to the leader And as you analyze yourself internally and physically and emotionally, and you analyze your team, you get to know that, all right, this is the best framework for me to follow as of now. So once you analyze yourself, you recognize what you can do and what you cannot do on a specific level, and then you set your goals. So all of these are sort of interlinked. Then you set yourself a goal. All right, that this is the organizational goal we have, this is the individual goal we have, and this is the local goal we have. Right, we are separating goals in three categories: your organizational, your local, as well as your individual. For the local, you involve the entire team. For individual, you involve yourself, and as an organization, obviously whatever goals you have for your organization to end up at the end of the day. So once you set your goal, that makes the entire team drive a bit harder towards that goal. Once you have a direction to go to, you do not, like, you don't beat around the bush, you go direct to that point. So that's what I suppose, if you want to be a good leader, you need to have these three things. Thank you.
Okay, so in that case, if I was, if there was a person in my assumption, if a person was to receive the gift from Mr. Arkham, so inside that box will be these three sweets, right? These three things, and that's it. Recognize who you are, understand and analyze your likings and dislikings, set a goal. And perhaps it would be fortune cookies, right? Then we'll just have these statements on those cookies. Well, I hope everyone has had their breakfast in case I'm making anyone hungry or starving. Okay. In this case, what we will see that first is just to recognize who you are, to know what are the needs that has been fulfilled, perhaps on the basis of Maslow's hierarchy of needs, on whether everyone's need has been fulfilled, and to know their personal identity. If certain things need to be addressed, so that is to recognize who that person is and what needs to be fulfilled in order to form that particular identity. And next would be understand and analyze your liking and dislikings. So in other words, like for instance, when we have organizations, we are very much close to something which is called SWOT analysis. We find our strength, we find our weaknesses, and once we have seen those are internal factors. Things which are within us, we recognize that, and then we go on to the external factors, which are opportunities that we would love to address. We see something, we want to captivate that, and we want to utilize that in order to make a better leader. And then if there are any threats in between, we would love to hinder them. If it's really necessary to form attack, then attack. But other than that, personal self-defense is way more good, and it's wiser at most situations. Then set a goal. Set a goal commonly for students, we know it be SMART goal settings: specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and time-based. So when we have these goals, that's it. You first is that you get the fortune cookies now that you're full. So mission accomplished, right? Okay, so with that, after the panelists from Pakistan, we would go straight to the panelists from Vietnam, Ms. Pham Hong Tuyet An. Let's hear from her.
Okay, hello everyone. So maybe I will talk with you something about our leadership qualities, because Ms. Nora have talked with you before, because we are in the same organization, which is Isaac. So somehow we are following the same model and also the same quality. And for me, the two essential qualities which a leader should have is action oriented and empowering others. And as I said before, the most important thing for me is the attitude. So I think that this true one is somehow the most suitable one to present the attitude. Okay, so next slide, please. Okay, for the first qualities is the action oriented, and for me, it's talk about the way you deal with the problem and the way you find the root cause. Like when the problem happen, you will find the root cause to solve this problem, or you will find the one who made it to blame it and to solve this problem. My quote is leadership is a choice, because when I watch a video from Simon Sinek, he has a like a talk about when there was a problem happen, what will you do? You will try to solve the problem because you know what is the reason of this problem, or you will try to like ignore it and to blame your employee, or you will try to sacrifice the employee with the benefit you can get of the problem. So somehow it's just your choice, because as a leader you can choose the way to act and to deal with the problem, and also the way you treat your members. So to be to become a good leader or not, or have to become a good leader in your ways and also in your members' mind is depend on your choice and also your action. And for the next slide, please. And the second one is about empowering others. And empowering others is the qualities which is talk about how you give the power to your members and also how you inspire them to do the work and also to follow yourself. Yes. So my quote about this quality is a leader is different with a boss. So why is it? Because somehow they are in the same situation, which is they have a higher position than the others. But the difference is how they use the power to empowering their members and also to allocate the workload. So for me, the boss is the one who has a power and they use it to authorize their members. And the members just do their workload and also the task because of they have to do it, not just because they understand it and also they want to do it. And for leader is the one who gives the members the why when they want the members to do something. As our panelists talked before, everything should back to the basics. And a golden circle of what is one of the most popular things we always follow and do when we want to do our task, when we want to create an event, or when we want to organize something and we want our members to understand and to follow it. So the leaders is the one who can give a strong why and a clear why for the members when they need the members to do something. And also the leader, like in a higher position, you will have a lot of things to do. So a leader is the one who know how to delegate the work and also how to give the members their power to do this job like in a intelligent way. Because if you do not trust your members, you will not let them to do it. And if your members didn't trust you, they will not follow you. So a good leader is the one who can generate another leaders. And if you want to generate another leaders, you have to give them the powers to work as a leader, not a member. So it's the two essential quality which I think that a leader should have.
Thank you very much, Miss Pham Hong. That was very comprehensive indeed. For instance, she spoke about like how essential qualities of action-oriented and empowering others will be able to develop the current youths. Like for instance, she proposed on the differences of leaders and boss. Leaders are the persons who give clear instruction. Now, we would be actually talking about the understanding, the effectiveness of the communication. When someone utters a word, you instantly know that, okay, this person really gets what I'm talking about. This person understands my mind. And that is when a leader could give a clear instruction that is made as simple as possible in certain times when the audiences are of different layers with layman terms so that everyone gets the picture. No one is left behind. Well, perhaps we can just cite Ohana in it, all right? No one gets left behind. And then we also have bosses who take the courtesy of using power and not empower. They just force power onto people, and even job delegation becomes pushing jobs. Delegating a job and pushing a job is different. Power, just utilizing power on the basis of power only, and empowering someone is different. Therefore, a leader and a boss is completely different. And I believe this was explained beautifully by our panel from Vietnam, who also spoke about how being action oriented and empowering others is important. Now, I would just, out of curiosity, ask here, if a task is action oriented, so will there be a space for being people oriented as well? Because often when we see orientations, it comes in two levels. I mean, or two branches. Either they're action oriented or people oriented. So of course, empowering others gives benefit to other people. But It's just I was interestingly asking if action oriented is there, why not people oriented too? Or perhaps there would be a good justification from our panel.
So thank you for your question. Um, okay, so I can explain it. The action oriented is somehow um, the way we do when we have some problem because um, because we like always talk with the other that when the problem happened, what should we do? Someone will like try to find the one who do it, like try to find who made it, and like force these people to solve it because it's their responsibility. But with action oriented, we will try to find like which is the root cause of this problem, and we will try to find the way to solve it before we try the people who made it. Yes, and if the root cause is about the people, sure we have to solve it before we solve the problem because like um for me people and human like somehow they are the core of everything, and when you can when you can pleasure all the people, they will like willing to do all these things for you because they trust you and they believe that you are like good enough for them to follow. So the core of the action oriented is find the root cause of the problem, and then you will define what you should do next. If the root cause is about the people, you have to solve the people problems, and then you solve the the like the problem you may face. Yes, and for the empowering others, I will talk about how you give the powers to your members, and like when you want to give someone your powers, surely you have to understand them, and you understand your weakness, your strengths, and your weakness and your strength to give them a suitable powers for your work, well, for your operation. Yes, so I think that all leadership is will talk about the people oriented, but somehow it's not in the title, but it's in the why and also in the deep understanding of this meaning of the leadership and how we utilize our leadership and how we act with them when we have a problem and when we have like um some practical experience. Yes.
Thank you very much for that explanation. That is, in fact, an inspiring answer, I would say that, because often when we look at action oriented and people oriented, we put two things separately. But how you brought them together in the sense that, okay, if a teammate or a colleague is in problem, and when we are action oriented, we find for the root cause. And I recognizing the root cause is going to solve the problem and save the teammate, save our colleague. So in that case, we get their trust and they will work together with us in order to empower others further. So ladies and gentlemen, in this case, what our panel would love to put forward is that action oriented is an amazing feature. But of course, that action oriented could actually save the well-being of our teammates and also colleagues in the organization. And therefore, it could also empower them. And thus comes back to what leaders do and what boss do not do. And in that case, we will go up next to the next panel. Malaysia 1, Mr. Clement. Let's hear from him.
Thank you again, Dusha. But before I start, if I may, can you give like a 3 second, like to let whatever points that the previous speaker has said to sit in, like let it sit in, because they were amazing points, and I really love it. Yeah.
Okay, I'll do the countdown, yeah? 3, 2, 1. Okay,
All right, thank you very much. That's how much I really respect the other speaker as well, because they really resonate, and I feel like we are somehow in the same frequency, but maybe the way we coin it, the way we define it is different. That's why I really like about this talk. So I think we can proceed with my with my point of view. So the qualities needed to be developed in the leaders. So okay, you can go next. So yes, another qualities which seem very similar. Yeah, you can go next slide, please. Yes, also empowering others. But yeah, you've seen the definition explained in a way of my organization. So I will explain it in how is it actually connected to me, like how is it embedded in me. And this is something that I will share from a personal point of view and how I'm actually connected to it in a personal level. So empowering others, right? Actually, okay, you can just press next slide. Just Yeah, let the 3 point. No. Just let the 3 point out. Okay. So if you were to ask me how is one able to empower others? Actually, to me it's just this 3 point, which is being authentic and genuine, being able to practice empathy, and third is able to trust someone. So actually, I'm actually very connected to, I think, Akram, when he mentioned about recognize who you are, and I really agree to that. Is because if you want to be authentic, you want to be genuine, you have to celebrate what is the best thing about you and what is the bad thing about you. Because the bad thing about you, or maybe your weakness, doesn't necessarily means that's a downside for you. Like, for example, I can give you a perfect example. Like, I will give you one example is, I'm a person who is not very organized. My table is always messy. My schedule is always messy. Yeah, to others, it seems like, hey, it's a weakness. Because of that, he don't know how to organize his life. He don't know how to organize his workplace. He don't even know how to organize his time. Well, as a matter of fact, I noticed that even though I'm this disorganized, it actually gives out a kind of flexibility in how I do in life, which means, my time basically is not very fixed. I don't have a very rigid timeline. I don't have a rigid way of maybe arranging my tables and books, but to me it works for me because it gives me a sense of flexibility that, hey, my time is flexible. I may have time, but on other time, but in this time I'm actually free. I can do my own thing. Hey, I notice that my table is messy. To others, they feel like it's a nuisance, but to me, I know where my thing is. So it's somehow, there's a good and cons in it. Doesn't mean weakness is straight away jeopardizing you, that, hey, you are weak. No, it doesn't mean that way. And yes, I think I can give you another good example is why I'm actually putting on empowering others. Is actually, my member once asked me, hey, Clement, I actually found it that I very like the way you lead the team. I find it that, hey, whenever I work with you, I feel very safe. I feel like this is someone that I can trust, or this is someone that I want to follow, and this is someone that I think that can lead me. So he asked me, what do you do? Is there any special thing you do? Is there any special ritual you are doing? So I tell him is, actually, there's nothing. Doesn't mean that maybe my proficiency in my language is good, therefore I am able to empower others. No, just because I am maybe confident doesn't mean I'm able to empower others. It's because I celebrate what is my weakness and what is my strength, and I acknowledge that, hey, there are things that I cannot do. So this thing, I notice that this is an advantage that I see from my member. So in that sense, that whatever I am lacking of and what my member has and whatever I have and my member don't have, we somehow can fit each other like a puzzle. Yeah, that's when you are being authentic. Like, you know that, hey, we can miss and match. Is because, hey, you are able to fill up this gap, I'm able to fill up your gap. Yeah, that's, to me, being authentic. And next is empathy. Of course, when you want to be a leader, you have to know what it's like to step on other people's shoes. You cannot be that type of leader who is very, hardcore, who is like, everything is based on your opinion. No one has their take, no one can voice it out, no one feels safe about voicing out their opinion. And lastly is trust. So I think you can go to the next slide. I will have a very fairly simple explanation on these 3 points. Yeah, you can just keep pressing next again. Okay, so to me, authentic is, yes, you just be real to yourself, just be honest, because you may feel like, hey, my leadership style is not up to standard. I feel like I'm not being the leaders like other people. Like, I see people from other organizations, people from the books I read, people that I watch in the television. They seem so charismatic. They seem like they are basically owning their game as a leader. But you feel like, hey, I feel so small because of it. So my advice to you is, dare to be different. Doesn't mean that whatever you watch in the television, whatever you read in the books, that's the definition of leader. Leaders comes in various shapes and sizes. It doesn't have a one specific shoe that fits all. And yes, I think fun fact about me is, yes, I'm that type of leader who can be very cynical, who is very feedback oriented, and I'm very critical. So yeah, I'm very cheerful, but once it comes to business, once it comes to work, basically how I'm being genuine is, hey, I noticed that this is a problem. I will voice it out. I will point it out. I will give feedback. I will give advice. So it's not something that, hey, maybe it's something I should keep it to myself because I need to spare this person feeling. But I'm the type of person who is, very straightforward. But however, I always keep in mind that, hey, I also mentioned empathy. So if let's say I want to feedback this person or point out something that is wrong, of course I need to have empathy. So how I do so? If let's say this person is not comfortable, like me pointing out their mistake in front of others, so I will bring it offline. I will make it a personal call instead of executing him while he's being in the crowd of other people. So yeah, I don't do that. And yes, empathy is or to sum it up, for being authentic and genuine is walk the talk. Yeah, that's something that I really carry the most, is walk the talk. Okay. As for empathy is, I can summarize it as choose to understand instead of being understood. Yeah, we are leaders. Maybe we have more experience. Maybe we know more things. But do you also ask yourself, hey, maybe you may know things at certain degree or at a certain extent, but have you ever listened to your member? Like maybe they have a different perspective on it, or maybe they know a a piece of information that maybe you miss out, or a piece of information that maybe you didn't notice. So ask your member like, hey, how do you feel? Hey, what do you understand about this? Try to not assume, because when you start assuming, basically you're putting yourself first instead of your member. And then yes, trust is something very critical, is because yeah, when you want to do things right, of course you need to trust your people. Like for example, hey, my member is a president, my member is a director. You need to entrust them to carry out their responsibility or carry out their task. So it comes to a dilemma where you feel like, hey, I don't think my director or my vice president is competent or good enough to do the job. But did you actually put trust in them first to actually try it out before straight away assuming that they can't do it? Yeah, if you haven't do so, yeah, try to give them the trust, that you put the trust on them to let them try it on their work. If let's say you feel like, hey, this is not working, I'm not able to trust them, then what is your way forward to actually fix it? Is it they need a talk with you, they need to go for counseling, they need to go for capacity building session, that kind of stuff, to basically hone their skills, to basically let yourself trust them more. So for me, right, if for me in my situation, oftentimes is, if let's say I find it that my member is genuine, or basically they are very sincere in their work, right? So when you let them know that, hey, example, I give one great example, I will use Akram. Hey Akram, mind doing this favor for me? For example, securing maybe accommodation, securing transportation, and then I let him know this. I really hope that you are able to do so. It's because our event, a part of our event actually relies on this now, and I believe that you can do it because yeah, your capability shows that you are able to do so. And if they're really sincere about it, I can assure you is you can grab your popcorn and watch them try hard to not break your trust. They will try their best to always keep your trust. They will hold it tight deeply in their heart. It's because the last thing that they want to do is break your trust. Yeah, that is how I feel very deeply connected to it. It's something that I'm connected to it in a personal level. So yeah, this is my take.
It's an amazing take, a take that has moved many people's hearts.
However, wait, I think I'm not finished yet. Oh, sorry, I forgot. Okay, so after I say about everything, right? I'm very sorry, Dusha. Yeah, I forgot about my time. Okay, so maybe you guys don't want to take it from me, but maybe you can take it from someone who is very, very familiar. It's also mentioned by our previous speaker from Vietnam. Okay, I think you can go next. Yeah, it's a very simple. I think I can end my take on this is with, yes, please can go next. Okay, so if your action inspire people to dream more, to do more and become more, you are a leader. This is quoted by Simon Sinek. Yeah, a role model and also someone that I look up to whenever I'm practicing leadership, or when I want to review, is my leadership okay or not? Yeah, so with that, I end my my insights on this topic.
Okay, let me repeat back the line I missed just now. It's an amazing insight, and it has definitely moved many people's hearts. Okay, so what has happened is, I think it's really great that we have fun moments like this. It truly reflects on what we say on authentic and genuine. It's just not about being serious all the time that is going to move works. It is just celebrating yourself, like as you said, Mr. Clement, the celebration of oneself is an important factor in our lives. It truly makes us feel, just comfortable in our perfections and also imperfections. Celebrating imperfections is actually a huge strength, and many people should look forward to acquire it. When we know that we have done a mistake, it is best that we embrace those mistakes and embrace the upcoming improvisations that we want to do, and just not leave that mistakes as a mark or a scar onto ourselves. If it is a tattoo, if it is going to be something which leaves a big mark onto it, make sure that you can improvise it to a beautiful mark. There's always something that we can do to make things better. There's always a bright side, a silver lining behind the cloud. And of course, our panel here from Malaysia One has ended it with another quote. So if your actions inspire people to dream more, do more, and become more, you are a leader. Definitely. The word inspire, the word actions gives a lot of weight in today's talk on how we can empower people, authentic, genuine. Genuine is just that being you at heart. You can be childlike, but that childlike instinctness is going to carry out the child in every single colleague that we work with. And that child is going to be creative, and the adult in you is going to be innovative, and then we have technology. We have certain things, we have new products. So it's just not about serious thinking. Sometimes it is a beautiful baby like smile that can just spark a aha effect, or we call it an insight, when people just like, oh, I know this idea works just because of a person's genuineness. And empathy, definitely. And I love the fact that he highlighted on how when we talk about empathy, the way we criticize people, when we give criticism, it is important that we be constructive and not destructive. The way he has put it, that okay, if something is supposed to be said and it's not going to be comfortable in front of the crowd, and he has opted for constructive criticism, that means the criticism will still go all the way, but it has been sandwiched in a beautiful way that a person feels grateful that that particular thing has been delivered, and not hateful or fearful so that that thing might happen again. So a leader is a person who can make feedbacks a beautiful memory, who can make criticism and a lovely memory, such that people would not want to forget it, not because how hurtful it was, but because how fruitful it was. That those are leaders, those are amazing people that we would look up to. And of course, trust is something that I will not debate on till the end of the day, because it is who we hold up to and how we work together. Sometimes without trust, things can't work. A half of you is at one place, the other half is actually executing different tasks, and if we do not have that trust, sometimes works will not get done, because no one man is an island or could be able to make a one man show. We need people. And when we call people to work with us, make sure that we trust them with some of our chores, not just to keep up everything onto ourselves. And then, yes, we will go up with the next panel from Malaysia to Miss Peg Yoklek. Let's hear what she's got to say.
Next slide. Next. So from my take of essential qualities would be these three. I'll start off with the decision-making capabilities first. For me, in decision-making, there's no right or wrong that is fully right or fully wrong. It is more like the best suited one for the situation. So if a leader can control their emotions while making decisions, with all the things going on in their mind, the stress and multitasking, because most of the time leaders do be multitasking and then juggling all the tasks all at once. So if that person could control their emotions and have the capability to make decisions, it will be very helpful in being a leader. Is one of the qualities that doesn't have to be having it from the start. It can be developed a bit by a bit. For example, if from the beginning you did a bit of a mistake, for the next time you fix it up a little bit, and then your decision making capabilities will grow. It will be developed into better and better. You got it wrong a little, you can fix it the second time, and then it would become the best solution at one point. You will have the ability to have vision on certain situation. Okay, what is the best suited decision you should be making? So this is one of the qualities that leaders should be developing it, because they need to have vision in order to achieve their goals. The next one would be the resilience. I think, in my opinion, I feel like a person can be a leader and they really need to be resilient, because being able to have this quality, they are able to mold themselves into better version, and just because the main definition of resilient is that you have a lot of ability, or should I say patience, into trying and trying whenever you fail. So one of it would be just like the proverb where people say, if you fall down 8 times and then you stand up 9 times, that is one of the qualities that the leaders needs it, because every small mistake would guarantee a better success in the future. Though some take it as a failure, but I do not think that it's really a failure. It might be slightly bad, but for sure that the decision or whatever that is done is the best that could be done at that moment. So being resilient is every time you did your best, you think it's not enough, you think it can be fixed, you do it another time, and then you do it until it's right. You do it until you have that sense of achievement, like, this is it. I am doing the right way. So this kind of quality should be developed by leaders, because that is how you take failure or the fixing part as the motivation and not just a barrier, since every failure is one step closer to success. So the other one would be the team leadership, where I do not see leader as a person, only a person. I think it as the main leader and the small leaders, where the team is led by one main person, but the teammates, they would all share the same vision, mission, and goals, where it doesn't only concern the main leader, but it's everyone in the team, because when we call it as a team, they usually complement each other. There might be different strength. So being in that team, obviously everyone do have some weaknesses, but to bring out the greatness of the team, the leader should be the one who bring out their strength of the whole team, so they complement each other. That could be like, for example, if there's this program and then we already know which team members is the best suited for that unit, but then we would make it at first like complement each other, but then the second time we would mix it around so that they would help the others to complement each other. They are exchanging their strength while learning in the process. So everyone get to experience different kind of skills. So that is how a team leadership should be. They do not focus only personally, but they are helping each other to grow too. It's just that there is this one main leader that bring out the greatness of everyone. Okay, that's all from me.
Thank you very much. That was, in fact, I would say that every single time Miss Pek Yok Leng speaks, she really organizes on what she wants to speak and she gives in a bullet form. So earlier when she spoke about what makes a good leader, there were 4 key points. And then now we have 3 key points on team leadership, being resilient, decision-making capabilities, which are something that should be prominent in every single leader, and every youth needs to acquire this quality, because when we have team leadership, leadership is brought by the team. Along the way, everyone is resilient when they are being faced with challenges, and when they make decisions throughout the challenges, they are actually honing their skills, decision making capabilities. And therefore, if one leader is such, if one youth is such, it will spread. It is infectious. As it spreads, it builds a troop, a group, a community, and therefore a nation. And this was definitely a bright insight from the panelists from Malaysia too. And up next, we'll be having from the Philippines, Mr. Emmanuel. Let's hear from him. Well, let's hear from Mr. Emmanuel from the Philippines, shall we? Okay, meanwhile, there are some feedbacks on the program, and I'll be delighted to read that across today's live show. So we have had from one of our audiences who says that a leader is someone who can bring themselves forward, stay as a true self, and honest and fair in their judgment. Find a leader in you, own it, and inspire others. Thank you very much for such a comment, for watching with us and spending time with us, and also taking the effort to type such a beautiful message. And then from the same person, I believe it's Miss Fasiha Muhammad Arshad from this account, we have, if you take criticism as a positive thing, surely you will build a stronger you from within. Beautifully said. Thank you. And dear audience who have been following us from Lead 1.0, we're really happy to hear that. And this is a special note from our program director, Ms. Tiki Nabila A.K. Sobisha. And her comment is there on the comment section. So if you have any questions, please do buzz the comment section, because our executing committees will be always there to take these questions and to pose them. So whenever Mr. Emmanuel is ready, we'll go for the next question. Okay, so in that case, Mr. Emmanuel will definitely take the next round. We believe that there could be certain technicalities that we could have seen coming upon. So due to unavoidable circumstances, we will definitely hear from Mr. Emmanuel after this. So please do stay tuned. There could be certain, this is still the catapult version, right? We'll just take a slight backward movement, then he's going to launch further after this. All right, so with this, we will say that we would say that the comprehensive discussion on lead will be on part 1 now, has come to a slight end. Why would I not just say end? Because it's a slight end, right? We don't want good things to end so fast. We want good things to end but make a beginning of better things. So there's always no ending. There's always beautiful starts, and it's a lifelong journey. So to look forward on what we have discussed on essential qualities needed to be developed in youth. So we have had a context from Indonesia on problem solving. And when problem solving is done, emotional intelligence plays a good part on how we understand people. Those things might not just become inborn. Sometimes it takes a lot of people that we meet in order to understand which people need what things, which people have different types of fulfillment, and how we can help. Life is just not about giving everything without knowing the limit. Sometimes we give and then we set a limit so that the next person who comes after would be able to cultivate independence. Therefore, from being dependent, we become independent, and after that, with good collaborations, we'll have interdependence. And then from the panel from Pakistan, of course, he made a deliberate discussion, a deliberate explanation on what would it be if we were to talk about these qualities. And of course, in the box that we have talked earlier, in the chocolate box, if we have a fortune cookies, those 3 fortune cookies will say that recognize who you are, understand and analyze your likings, dislikings, and set a goal, which will actually be really fruitful because of fortune cookies. But at the upcoming take, it will definitely be a grateful moment that when we are able to understand, recognize ourselves, accept ourselves, and then to address those things that we want to do. When we like something, most often we're thrilled to address it. When we dislike something, we might hesitate. But Mr. Arkham says, I don't hesitate. You just have to keep going. You have to keep going and then set a goal from there on. And we have panel from Vietnam, Ms. Pham Hong Tuyet An, who said that action oriented. Okay, when someone is having a problem or a specific task is being associated with a problem, what happens is Find the root cause. That is going to be the desired action for the moment. So when a root cause is found, people will be saved. Our friends will be guided. Our friends will be, their works will be eased. And of course, empowering others, and she makes clear distinction on leader and boss. A leader makes clear instructions. Do not just delegate tasks without any relevant instructions. Delegation is always smooth. Instructions are always clear. And there is kinship in it. Slightly different compared to what bosses would do. And our panel from Malaysia one, Mr. Clement, took a discussion on how to empower others and focused on celebrating others. Celebrate them and celebrate yourself. Be authentic and genuine. Second, be empathic. Trust people. And of course, our panel from Malaysia too, Ms. Pek Yok Lang, talked about how team leadership would be the key feature and being resilient along the way. And then we will have good decision-making capabilities. So in short, the summary of the first part of Lead 2, Leaders Empowering Aspiring Youth Dialogue, would be that in terms of what makes a good leader, we have seen several definitions. As said before, this is definitely a proactive step to know what a good leader is. So what makes a good leader? It is by being charismatic, daring to be different, having the right attitude to foresee the future and to cultivate solutions according to it, and of course, be a culture shaper. A culture is something that people might not easily forget, but they are indulging themselves into it without realizing. We do certain things sometimes we do not know why do we do it, but that is the result of a culture. So if someone is able to instill that, the right culture, he or she is a good leader. And of course, a panel from Malaysia too said that communication. She spoke about several things, 4 key points, and focused on how communications could be distinguished and be prioritized, like for instance, horizontal and vertical communication. And our panel, exuberant panel from the Philippines, who made a comprehensive discussion on what makes a good leader. He spoke about the golden circle. Why, how, what? And he gave comparisons on the traditional leadership and servant leadership. One shape, but a huge difference. Solid foundation to serve first and being natural. And in essential qualities to be developed in youth, for the second subtopic, we have problem solving. Key point is emotional intelligence. We have recognition of who we are, understanding the likings, dislikings, and also setting the right goal. We went on with the panel from Vietnam to be action-oriented, to address the root cause, and also to empower others, to know the difference between leaders and bosses. And from Malaysia one, Mr. Clement, empowering others, authentic and genuine. Genuine is a word that it really strikes a thought. It's definitely important. Okay, authentic and genuine, empathy and building trust. And of course, from Malaysia too, Ms. Pek Yok Lang, we had team leadership, resilience and decision-making capabilities. And unfortunately, our panel from Philippines was not able to share his inputs due to certain technical errors. But of course, it's never too late, right? We'll definitely see him coming back for a bigger comeback. Okay, like when we have movie blockbusters, there's always a big comeback at the end. So saving the best for the last, ladies and gentlemen, the part 2 is definitely going to be a bigger bomb. So right now we are approaching the end of the first part of Lead Talk, Unleashing the Leader Within You. Right after this, we'll be having a commercial break for 15 minutes. And we'll come back at 11:45 morning in Malaysian time. So the break will be for 15 minutes, yeah? After that, we'll be looking forward, still under the context of unleashing the leader within you, but this will be on part 2. We'll be focusing on subtopics of inner leadership challenges leaders likely face. There's always an outward thing, so let's focus on the inner leadership this time and pushing forward beyond crisis. Crisis is a big word, but I'm pretty sure that the explanation will give bigger outcomes after this. So with that, leaving the team with full excitement, it's time to not rest, time to grab a drink in order to come back later. So we will see all of us soon at the part 2. Thank you very much. Stay tuned.
COVID-19 is beginning to disrupt lives around the world.
But some scientists have warned that between 20 and 60% of the world's population could become infected with the virus.
Complicated, all tied up, no more love, and I'd hate to see you waiting. Had to have high hopes for a living, shooting for the stars, but I couldn't make a killing. Didn't have a time, but I always had a vision, always had high hopes. Had to have high hopes for a living, didn't know how, but I always had a feeling I was gonna be that one in a million. Always had high. Don't ever change, we wanted everything, wanted everything. Stay up on that rise.
COVID-19 is beginning to disrupt lives around the world. But some scientists have warned that between 20 and 60% of the world's population could become infected with the virus.
Complicated, all tied up, no more love, and I'd hate to see you waiting. Had to have high hopes for a living, shooting for the stars, but I couldn't make a killing. Didn't have a time, but I always had a vision, always had high hopes. Had to have high hopes for a living, didn't know how, but I always had a feeling I was gonna be that one in a million. Always had high. Don't ever change, we wanted everything, wanted everything.
COVID-19 is beginning to disrupt lives around the world. But some scientists have warned that between 20 and 60% of the world's population could become infected with the virus.
Complicated, all tied up, no more love, and I'd hate to see you waiting. Had to have high hopes for a living, shooting for the stars, but I couldn't make a killing. Didn't ever die, but I always had a vision, always had high hopes. Had to have high hopes for a living, didn't know how, but I always had a feeling I was gonna be that one in a million. Always had high. Don't ever change, we wanted everything, wanted everything. Stay up on that rise, stay up on that rise, never come down. Oh, stay up on that rise, stay up on.
The ninth LCD of Isaac in Ho Chi Minh City South is Chú Phạm Hải thôi.
So I got one more run and it's gonna be a sight to see.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Leaders Empowering Aspiring Youth Dialogue, Unleashing the Leader Within You. Now this would be part 2. Part 1 just ended on the subtopics of what makes a good leader and essential qualities needed to be developed in youth. And right now, we'll be more than excited to go forward for part 2. So in part 2, similar to part 1, we'll be having the branches out of 2 specific subtopics. First would be inner leadership challenges leaders likely face. And up next, we will be having pushing forward beyond crisis. So first, we'll be having on the 3rd subtopic of the whole program for about more than 40 minutes. Right after that, we'll be having pushing forward beyond crisis for about another 40 minutes, followed by a break, a commercial break, and we will go on to the question and answer session. So if you have questions, please do save them and please do write it up on the comment section. We'll be more than glad to read them and to find answers from you. Answers from the panelists and also derive the questions from you, right? So upcoming to inner leadership challenges leaders likely face. As said before, an egg, if broken by outside force, life ends. And if the same egg was to be broken by inside force, life begins. Now, today, that particular saying would definitely go in coherence and adherence to what means and what is the importance of inner strength. A baby takes a step. Often, a baby makes slides and crawls. Later on, the baby walks. A chairman or executive of an organization makes changes. He or she makes errands over errands, shores over shores in order to make a change. The baby makes a step to walk, from sliding, crawling to walking. It's steps. The leader of the organization takes steps as well. She makes errands after errands in order to make a change made. In this case, every single time a step is made, it is an enhancement of a person from within. It's an enhancement of a person to be better. Therefore, great things begin from inside, and of course, there are definitely challenges throughout the way. We can never part ourselves from challenges. It is somehow we're born with it. Taking a breath is a challenge. Why? Because it requires so many detailed mechanisms in order to make one breath. Walking could be a huge challenge, but we strive. We are resilient beings. Therefore, as human beings, leaders strive. So in this case, we will be looking forward for inner leadership challenges leaders likely face. The leaders we see might not be able to show the challenges, so today we are going to have them talk about it, from heart to share with us what are the things that they would have faced before the pandemic or even during the pandemic, and perhaps what are they looking forward to even face after the pandemic. So the story gets interesting. We will hear from them. With that, without further ado, I would most humbly welcome the panel from Indonesia, Ms. Naura Azara. The floor is yours. And that'll be a slide presentation.
Okay, thank you, Dusha. I am still waiting for this slide. Okay, yeah, maybe we can start first since the slide is not here yet. So, internal problem leader face. As for me personally, initially, I have a lot of confusion within myself when I first about to step up as local committee vice president. So, a little bit story about me becoming LCVP. Prior to becoming a local committee vice president, I was a staff of marketing, so I was not in talent management department. I was in marketing, and then I chose to cross-functional and move to talent management. Which, at first I don't know much about how to manage a talent management team. How can I of the overall LC or local committee, how can I really provide the necessary education for my members. But as time goes, I receive a lot of coaching. I talk a lot with my predecessor, and I started to get the hang of it. It kind of fixed my internal confusion. I started to get the hang of how am I supposed to lead the team? Where will I take the team? What kind of education do they need? And what do I have to provide in order to help my team grow better? But then comes the next problem. So the next problem is FOMO, or as you guys might know, fear of missing out. So in this case, as you know, when we are doing something, when we chose to take a certain role, we have to sacrifice a certain thing, right? And sometimes that certain thing that we sacrifice make us feels like we are left out compared to our friends. And in this case, for me, it's personal relationship. Hence, I chose to be in ISEC. When you were always occupied with KPIs, key performance indicators, when you are always occupied with having to console the members, making education plan, making planning where you will take the LCs, making taking control of your members, you don't really have the time to build personal relationship with other person. And as time goes, when I realize it and I look around, all my friends were already having either their companion or significant others to share their life with, or like just to have their journey with. And I was still all alone, and I was like, man, am I starting to missing out? Am I not as good as they are? But the truth is, guys, we are all at our own timeline. You don't necessarily have to do things because you felt like you are missing out. You don't always have to felt like you have to do things that others do. Do things because you want to do things because you felt like that thing is going to help you in the future. Do things because you felt like that thing is something that is going to be of value for you. And try to set your priority. If you felt like maybe relationship is not a priority right now and you are not in a ready state for having a relationship, it's okay to not have a relationship like perhaps your friends. Being single is not always the end of the world. You walk around, sometimes it's easier to walk on because you don't have to cater to the needs of your partner, so you can focus more of your on your member. But of course, if you want a relationship, you can. And then comes another problem again, my mental health. Oh my gosh. So Isaac is kind of an international organization. Sometimes the meeting is crazy, and sometimes it could go up to around 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m., especially during planning time. Of course, that messed me up. My mental health was really at stake, But at that time, I was always trying to put my feelings aside. I was always thinking that as a leader, I shouldn't have looked sad. I shouldn't be vulnerable in front of my member. No, that is all turns out to be not true. You can be vulnerable, you can be tired, you can be sad. It's a very normal thing. Having feelings meant that you are still a human, and feelings are something that meant to be felt. So, when you feel something, validate your feelings. Like, your feelings are valid, feel it, and then move on from it. It's totally okay. And then another problem, when I start leading my team, when I have become local committee vice president, when I started my term, self-doubt. So I am kind of the youngest in my team. Currently, I am still 18. I started, and most of my team members are quite older than me. They were mostly either my seniors or someone that already in talent management longer than me. I was thinking like, will I be capable of handling them? Will I be someone that they can look up to? I was continually doubting myself and thinking about whether or not do I actually have the capability to lead my team. But the truth is, when you become someone that are at the top, that your members look up to, your member trust you to be their leaders. And how can they look up to you if you are not able to trust yourself? How can your member be able to look up to you when you are not even confident with your own decision? So yeah, overall, I think as for the internal problem leaders are facing, it's best that you acknowledge the problem, you acknowledge that you are having a problem, and then do your best to analyze the problem. If you need someone to talk to, you have to talk to another person, and then perhaps you can ask them for like insight from them, like what can you do, or you can also analyze it yourself, what possible solution can you do. And that's it from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Miss Nora Azara. It's definitely to say that that is a long story, but it's something that we all understand. Behind every success, there is definitely a story. There is definitely a story that would at times bring tears to people's eyes. Things that we can't say within our hearts, but when we start talking about it, tears just rolls back our cheek without realizing. It shows that how much those particular challenges have really affected us. But it's definitely an honor to have you here today to come forward to talk about how you have faced on FOMO, fear of missing out, mental health, and at certain point of time you even felt slightly inferior to people. Not much people talk about it. Not much people acknowledge it. So congratulations, and our most Thank you. Thank you, Wishes, for being able to share this with us. And of course, next we'll be having our panel from Pakistan, Mr. Arkam Altaf, to talk about his opinion.
Thank you so much. May I have the slide, please? Yeah, thank you. All right, so while you're leading an organization, may that be a small organization, limited to a certain set of rules and certain set of people, or may that be on a larger scale, on the national or international level, you always need to remember one thing, that while you are leading something new, while you're leading something which in turn heads down, you will face issues. All right, it's like I can tell you that all right, these issues are there to go, and I can tell you all these beautiful things that okay, don't worry, we'll fight it out. It is actually I'm so sorry for that. It is actually very hard to recognize that okay, I am in a sort of a mess over here. So remember that you will face issues. Now, I actually, it would have been much easier that if I could, if we could have interacted with the audience. But for now, if the other panelists, if they could unmute themselves and tell just one issue that they have faced, and then I'll build up something on that. So if Clement, you can go first, and you can tell one issue that you faced when you started leading your organization or leading the area of your organization.
Okay, if I may, losing sense of purpose. Yeah.
Sure. Sense of purpose. All right. Nora, if you could go, please.
Sorry, pardon me. Can you repeat?
Yeah. Just one issue that you faced when you started, leading this organization, other than FOMO. You've already explained that. If you could go on with another, or if do you want to, nominate the same that you explained?
I think it will be self-doubt.
All right, self-doubt. Cool. Okay. Yoki, if you can go.
I think I'll have to take the same as Nora, self-doubt.
All right, self-doubt goes for 2 points. And Fam, if you could go, please. Just a second, please. I think I have an issue over here. Yeah, the representative from Vietnam, if you can go and tell us one issue that you faced when you started, leading your organization or leading your idea. Yeah. I'm asking, do you get the question? Yeah, I'm just asking that one issue that you faced when you started, leading your organization or leading the idea, or when you got your leadership position. Any one issue that you faced.
Like high expectations for the leaders.
All right, great. High expectations. And do we have Mr. Emmanuel back with us? Because he, I think, lost connection in between. If he is available, if you could please give your input.
Hi, input on what?
Yeah, input, like what is one issue that you faced while you were in a leadership position at any point of time?
I guess the biggest would be always present would be miscommunication, especially when you handle a lot of individuals.
Good. All right. Thank you. All right, guys. So now we have seen. All right. So all of you are now in leadership positions at different levels under different capacities, and this is actually for the audience that is watching right now. That these are the people that are leading several different ideas and are catapulting to another level of leadership. All right. And still each and every one has faced issues. So we need to remember while you are in the prior stage of your leadership areas that you will face issues. Now the issues supposedly I was facing was, I'm sure I faced all of these, but the main was that I would go with the self-doubt one, because I lost my first 6 to 7 competitions that I was participating in, and I was one of the trainers at my institute, and still I was losing again and again and again. And the students I was teaching, they were winning, and I was like, okay, I can teach, but why can I not execute it? So there is one quote that goes, the ones who can do, they do, and the ones who don't, they teach, which I hate, by the way, because I teach. But still I was self-doubt was still my head to toe, and I'm a 6'2" guy, so it's quite a lot of self-doubt to go with. So what I faced is this main issue, Now, you need to remember that while you are a leader of an organization, while you are instructor to another person, while you are a role model, or while you are a person who a plethora of people are looking up to, you need to remember that, as Nora said, that you can be vulnerable. Obviously, you will face issues. Now, you do not need to hide them behind one lock, and you can say, all right, I cannot show what I'm facing or what I'm feeling due to the reason that these guys might get intimidated over there, or these guys might develop their own self-doubt. Obviously, if you are a person that likes to keep barriers, you can pull the barriers up, because all right, it's a different perspective for every person. But as seeing the normal, the general term overall that I've seen, no barriers can limit your interaction with other people for your entire life. So you need to pull those barriers down at one point of time. So obviously you will face issues like the issues I've mentioned over here. I used to feel like when I was conducting my first event as the director general of the event, and I had like 80 directors under me, and those directors had 20 other, like per director they had one, two, two. So I had like a lot of people who I had to first go in the morning and go around and sort of boss them around, but still it was a lot of people to work with. So what I used to do is I used to get up at 4 in the morning, go to the campus at 6 because I live a bit far away from the campus that was the event was getting handled on, and then from 6 I used to sleep on the campus because if I got sleep, I used to sleep on the campus. That was the problem, because you get out of your comfort zone. You are not there for partying and stuff. You obviously have to execute your plan. So you need to remember that there are a lot of possible fears that can go around. You will face all right, now coming towards a bit of a societal background issue that we have, especially in countries such as my own country, Pakistan. People are not very acceptable to something new or something different. As I've stated in my category, in my like vague idea of what of what a leader should be, anyone who is a bit daring or anyone who is a bit different over here is considered to not be a part of the immediate society or the lush of the society. They said, all right, this guy is a bit, or this girl, or whatever you identify gender as, is a bit off scene. We have this term over here that we call each other, like we call people who we do not understand, ye off hai. Like this is a Urdu term that we say, this guy is an off guy, yaar. Like he's not he's not acceptable to ideas. What we need to remember is that you need to be acceptable to their idea as well. So obviously there needs to be an acceptance, a polarization over there, which is a huge issue. So this is one of the bumps that you will face while you are leading an organization or an idea that may work or may not work on a sensitive issue. People over here, or people I've seen I've seen people in countries such as states itself, people making ideas or people making different ways of going around things have had issues to go from self-doubt to, will I be able to do it? I've taken this step now. I've left a lot of opportunities for this step. Will this step prove to that level that I wanted? Will the intensity of the success, or will the intensity of whatever you define success to be, will that be enough for my personal satisfaction or not? Coming to the next sense of purpose that Clement said, all right, that is a huge issue. I do recognize that, because people think, all right, I did it, but should I have I done it or not? All right, am I doing okay or not? Because when you're leading an organization that is unique, the one issue that you face is that you do not have a prior example to look forward to. You are the first, you are the pioneer of that example. So obviously you will feel a lot of self-doubt and sense of lack of sense of purpose. Next going is, I said, high expectations. That is actually one of the biggest issues, because people, once you are catapulted into a position of leader, people start comparing you to like leaders who have had different sort of resources to serve. Now I am a secretary general to an organization that works on a very small level. People start comparing me to Musk or something, that all right, you have a lot of money, you can do this, you have a lot of money, you can do. Dude, who said I have money? I'm broke. So there are a lot of issues that you need. There is this sense of comparison between leaders and between, you could say, between pioneers. So you need to escape that one issue as well. And other thing is, all right, you have C plus in heights. Yeah, and other thing that Laura actually mentioned was mental health that can be affected. Obviously, that is a very huge problem. What I feel is that leadership provides a specific sort of, you could say, pain, or you could say a specific sort of feeling to your body. Being said, I'm sorry, I'm a hopeless romantic, so that's why I'm going to quote John Green. But he says that that's the thing about pain; it demands to be felt. So, if any sort of feeling you get to your body, you need to feel it, and you need to appreciate it, and you need to celebrate it. You cannot raise up barriers and say, all right, I'll stay over here, I can work my stuff out, I can do whatever I want to. No, you need to work with your organization, as I've already stated in my previous presentation, that you cannot say that I'm one person when you are in a leadership position, because the entire organization is your own. So the entire organization is one unit. Hence, once you have that one unit, you cannot pull up barriers from your own self, obviously. So you cannot put up barriers with your organization. You need to be straightforward with them. And once you do that, I'm very sure that these issues that you will face, they'll simultaneously start to go down. The last thing that I'd like to say is that, wait, what was that? Yeah, when you don't have a prior example to look forward to, when you don't have a set of rules that, all right, if I do this in 2 or 3 weeks, then I'll be able to achieve this goal. As I said, you need to set goals while you're starting your organization. And if you don't have that prior example to look forward to, make your own example. As I've stated, try to be daring, make your own example. If it fails, no worries, you are the leader of the organization, and the people who are following you obviously have a lot of trust in you, which means that they will follow you around. So what I can say is that once you fail, do not say, all right, oops, I failed, now my life is gone, I've left all these opportunities behind, I have missed school, I've missed college, I've missed my dramatics, I've missed my sports, whatever you are into, because of the organization, because of the leadership position you are into. But do not feel that you can cope up with it again. Just make sure that you have a relation, you have a bond with your team members, which makes it a very special organization to work in primarily. And next, once you have that bond, you just need to work on that. And once you start communicating with those people, this is how you can eliminate the bumps that all of these have. As Emmanuel said, that miscommunication, all of these bumps, all of these issues in this entire road to glory at this point of time that we are discussing, in, ends on one simple phrase, that is miscommunication. If you can communicate with your other team members, with your peers, with the people who you are leading, you can cope up with any sort of issue that is existing in your organization, or in the plan that you had to reach that set of goals. So just do that, and I'm sure that all of these issues, they are there, you will face those issues. There is no shortcut, there is no minimize button on it, there is no mute button on these issues. It's not a virtual call. These issues, these are the most physical thing that you will face. But again, once you do that, the organization that you have, the one single set unit, the one single cell that will build this organization should be trust, as almost everyone has said that. And if you have that one single cell unit, that will make sure that you don't have that you will face this issue obviously, but you will overcome these issues very quickly, compared to the people who are not communicating and all. So these were all the points, and these were all the challenges and the ways to cope up with the challenges. Thank you.
Welcome, and thank you very much for actually listing down on why it will not be an easy road. It was certainly an honor, because I think that it was definitely very well structured on why those things were the causes of being the challenges of inner leadership. And Mr. Arkam actually explained on how does it happen, when did it happen, and how did he feel about it. He spoke about first on the differences of who teaches and who does it. So teaching and execution can be different. And then the art of being vulnerable itself, sometimes it's not easy. It's an art actually, not much people indulge into it. And then in terms of polarization, on how we tend to stick to certain things that we stand up for, and how sometimes those actually forms another pole. It forms another different vibe, and it might not be able to be accepted by the current norm. than with the high expectations, which is actually the norm of the current situation. Positions are being given or rewarded with high expectations from other people. Therefore, in terms of executing certain things, people are also pressured with what would be the outcome and what would be the outcome that is being perceived by other people, which is sometimes, and it was very nice of our panel from Pakistan to say it in a very deliberate mode, in that he was balancing off it with rationally and emotionally very well, and he ends it up with mental health as well. It's a huge challenge. So with that, we'll be going up to hear what our panel from Vietnam had to say. Miss Pham Hong Tuyet An.
Okay, hello everybody. So, first of all, I want to talk something about our like opinion first because somehow we are in the same organization and we have to face with like some similar problems. So when I heard about her like her opinion and also her problems, I really excited a lot because as a leader and also as a VB, we are in the same position. And like we have to face with a lot of thinking and also with a lot of like direction from our leaders. And for the point that should we being vulnerable with our members and should we like show our negative vibe to our member or not? It's also a question which I like have to think a lot when we were a leaders, when we were members, and also now when we were VB. I have to think a lot because as a leader, my like when I were a team leader, my vice president talked with me that because you are a leader, you cannot show your emotion with your members because if you show them the bad emotion and also the bad vibe, they will like demotivated too, and they will didn't have enough energy to work for you. But when I become a vice president, and I also have this problem because I have lots of study stuff. I have to work at my like some company stuff, and also I have to work as Isaac operation. So many things I have to do, and also a lot of things like a lot of things I have to deal with. And my leader said with me like my president said with me that if you have a problem and if you have like some negative vibe and negative energy, you must tell with your team leader first because they are the direct members of yours. And if you do not tell them when you have a problem, they cannot support you and they cannot like understand and sympathize for you. So why can't you lead them and why can you like you think that they should follow you if you didn't trust them and show them your emotion? So like my mind changed a little bit and I think that like somehow be vulnerable with our members is a good way to keep connection, to create connection, and also to push our operation. Because when your members know that you are in the problem, they will know how to support you and know how to like how to help you to overcome it. But I think that you should be intelligent in the way you communicate with them because a little bit of negative vibe is good for you and your members to overcome your problems. But if you keep always like communicating about the negative vibe, it can demotivate your members and they will think that why my leaders should always talk about the negative but not only the positive one. And why I should follow this leader because I can't think like I can study anything or I can't be positive or I can't be inspired by her. It's just demotivated me. Yes. So just a little like pop up thinking of mine about being lovable if you're with your members. The problem I want to share with you in this line is about the role of a leader because a lot of people will have a problems when you are a leader. This is will you manage your team or will you support your member to execute their task? Yes, because at the first time I become a leader, uh, somehow I do not trust my members enough, and also I don't understand my member enough, so I didn't know where is the level of the capacity. So somehow I do a lot of things for them. I support and somehow like I operate all these things for my members. Instead of they support, instead of they do it, and I will be the manager who has a big picture and see how they operating it. And I got a like somehow the biggest salary in my life so far because of these things. And when I become a leader of Isaac and also a member of Isaac, my leader talked that you are the leader, so you don't need to do all these things. You need to allocate it to your members, and you are the one who like somehow standing in the top and see the big picture. Because if you just stay in a little point of the big picture, you cannot see the other point in the other region. So how can you foresee and how can you like solve the problems? If you are staying the point and if happen in the B point, how you cannot see the picture. Yeah. So I had one problem with this, and so a lot of leaders when they are manage a team or group is about how you manage your team. So allocate your test to your team and also how you prevent from security list instead of let your members. Yes. So all is my leadership.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Pham Hong Tuyet An. It basically is on the vulnerability that a leader faces and the challenges on how they feel, their emotions stitched together, and their thinking patterns when it goes through being as a leader and also the way they manage or execute things. So up next, we'll be having our panel from Malaysia. One, Mr. Clement. Let's hear from him.
Okay, thank you again. Thank you once again, Dusha. So, yeah, so the challenges that leaders need to face. So, actually, when I hear all this, right, or basically when I heard about this topic, it's to me it's like a reality check, or I would always like to call it as a reality slap. Yeah. So, I think we all can agree that when we were once little, when we look up to, let's say, a prolific person, or maybe an idol, or maybe someone who has a higher rank, or maybe someone that we know, maybe the higher official, or maybe a leader of an organization, we always see them as they are not normal human. They are like a celestial. They're like a god. Something that not will not come close to us because we feel like, hey, we are just human, and compared to them, they are so much more capable than us. But then once 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 actually few of the speakers here starts to actually let us know about what are the struggles, right, it suddenly feels like, hey, yeah, we are leaders. Hey, I'm having this position. I'm from representing this organization. I'm representing youth advocate. All of a sudden it feels like, hey, we are human as well, and we are facing this challenge. But what makes us different is we dare to walk through the gates of struggle, although we know that it's a struggle. It's a journey full of struggle. So before I actually jump into my slide, actually, when Nora mentioned about mental health, and also mentioned by Akram, right? Actually, one thing, actually, there's something new that I actually stumbled upon is called toxic positivity. Anyone here heard about it? Toxic positivity. It's something, to me, it's kind of new. It's because I never thought of something that you think it's good can become a toxic. Okay, in general, the bottom line of it is we know that, yeah, being positive is a good thing, being optimistic is a good thing, but too much of good thing is also bad. So if I were to, let's say, give a good example, let's say, okay, I'm gonna use a food example. Okay, everyone here knows about vitamins. Yeah, everyone knows about supplements. Yeah, the food addition, capsule, or basically something other than your normal everyday food that you actually take in to actually get nutrients out of it. So I will just use vitamin C. We all know that vitamin C is good for our body. We can get it from fruits, we can get it from vegetables. So let's say, imagine the capsule itself. Yeah, we can eat it. If let's say we have too much of it, it's actually a poison to ourselves. We can get hypervitaminosis, vitamin poisoning. So it somehow feels like, yeah, too much of good thing is also bad to you. And the one thing I learned about toxic positivity is, yeah, you can be vulnerable about it. Hey, you can also show that you have emotion towards your member. It's because, yeah, we are all human and we acknowledge that, hey, I'm feeling tired. Hey, I don't feel like doing this. And or hey, I'm burning out. I don't think I'm able to do so. Instead of telling them, hey, you cannot be showing your emotion. Hey, you cannot be down. You are a leader or you are a representative of this organization. So you must do it. You cannot show weakness. That's positive. That's toxic positivity. You are forcing something that is not supposed to be there. But instead, you should acknowledge, yeah, you are tired. Yeah, I get what you are saying. So I think it's fine. Instead of telling other people, no, you shouldn't show your emotion. That's where it gets toxic. So let's move forward. Like, what are the challenges? So for me, actually, the challenges that I will state here is basically catering towards maybe student life, those who are still in university. Maybe they can resonate or relate to me more. Okay, can go next, please. So of course, the first challenges that we have as leaders, or basically anyone. Yeah, you can go next, please. Irony how actually the first challenges is actually related to the slide. It's somehow related to time, maybe. Yeah. Okay. Oh, nice. Okay. So of course, one of the challenges is having time for yourself. So before that, how about we have some short activity towards the data. So tell me something you enjoy doing, but although you know it's not right doing it. Yeah. Anyone want to try? Yeah, you can put it in the chat lah. So I can give one example. Is something that I enjoy doing, although it's actually wrong is procrastinating. Yeah, we all know that, hey, we have work to do. Hey, we have homework to do. We have assignment we need to submit. But then what we do, we procrastinate. You know why? It's because when we procrastinate, we feel a short dopamine boost to ourselves. Like, hey, instead of finishing my work, I get somehow a glimpse of that, how's that visual of pleasure, because maybe I watch YouTube, maybe I scroll TikTok or scroll Instagram instead of doing the hard job, which is my assignment. So basically, this is something we struggle as leaders because, yeah, between you and me, I also wish that I can also watch YouTube as you. I can also scroll my Instagram as often as I want. But in reality, no, because you have responsibility. But doesn't mean your responsibility limits your time. It's just that you need to structure your time more wisely so that if you want to procrastinate or you still want to do something that you want to do, like for example, hey, Akram enjoys football or he enjoys sports. Of course, he has responsibility, right? He should allocate his time where he still can play and he still can work instead of neglecting how you can arrange your time. That's where it all becomes haywire, and that's where you start to complain, I don't have enough time. All I do is work. But truly, how much time you actually spend for work? Yeah, I can tell you guys, yeah, I always working, but actually that work, the necessary workload or time needed to finish the job is maybe 1 or 2 hours. But because we keep procrastinating, we keep delaying, we are not being objective driven. That's why we keep straying away from our focus. So yeah, first is have time for yourself and also have time to do other things. Because yeah, I want to be a part of an organization. Doesn't mean I have to sacrifice my well-being. I have to sacrifice my happiness. No, it doesn't have to be that way. All right, I think you can go next. And yes, of course, towards the student is coping with academics. Yeah, tell me I'm lying if I were to tell you, hey, they are leaders. Of course, their CGPA is gonna be 4.0. It's gonna be 3.8, 3.9. Nah, if yes, you can try ask them how long they spend to study. They will tell you they are willing to stay up night just to basically compensate the time that they used to work and then they use it to study. Yeah, I can tell you that is because it doesn't mean that, hey, I'm a leader, does not mean that I don't need to study. I will always can get it. No. We are just like you guys. We need to study. And one of the main factor that might affect us is basically, hey, we have extra commitment. Hey, we have extra responsibility. So we have to somehow allocate our time to also meet our study. Yeah, juggling your academic CGPA, juggling your commitment, your responsibility. It's hard. It's hard. It's no doubt it's hard. But it's something because it's something that we are passionate about. Of course, we cannot neglect academic because in the end, yeah, our future also somehow has to do with academics. Yeah, but between you and me, I will give you one tip is, for me, I will always keep in mind is, as long as I'm within the range of average and also slightly above average, I'm good enough. You know why? It's because it will give me time to do other stuff, to maybe sharpen up my CV, to maybe add more flavor to my resume, to add more value to who am I as a person? Like, for example, hey, I were to go to work, and then imagine if, let's say, every one of us here graduate from university, and then we are all applying for work. All, and then I can assure you guys is, when we are entering the interview, right, we are showing the same piece of paper. Hey, I graduated from this university. Hey, I'm studying this course. You are showing that piece of paper. But what makes you different from other people is, what did you do during that academic period as well? What other things that you actually take part of, or participate, or volunteer, or be part of while you are studying? That's what add value lah. So here in Malaysia, it's very famous. We know about Uncle Roger, right, with his obsession with MSG. So take it as, when you actually take time to not only balance your stuff, not only in studies, but also try out other things while studying. It's like adding spices, adding MSG to your MSG to your resume. It's like adding more flavor, so that when your interviewer sees it, they are enticed. They say not bad. Hey, he has experience in this thing. Hey, he knows how to do this. Somehow they are more interested in you compared to maybe other CV. So that's how you add value to yourself and also the paper. So that's what academic. Yes, of course, not to mention burnout and fatigue. Yes, I think this one is no doubt is something that we should also acknowledge is, hey, I know I'm a president. Doesn't mean that I cannot feel tired. I can feel tired. I can always have a safe space to tell my member, hey, I don't think today we can do the meeting. Is it okay if we postpone it, or we do it another time, because I don't feel like I'm in that condition to do it. And if, let's say, your whole membership is having that mindset of, you know what, if we still continue to have this meeting, this person is unable to contribute, or this person is unable to, to be in that discussion where it's fruitful. Instead, it will only drag the discussion, because only few people are discussing, but it's not a full discussion. So yeah, it's normal to feel burnout and fatigue. And as a leader, you need to know how to manage it as well. Okay, let's say I'm tired. Is it because of I'm mentally tired or physically tired? If you are physically tired, of course, take a rest, take a sleep. But if you are mentally tired, that's where you need to know what is your next step. Is it because you need to have a short break? You need to cut off certain thing, or for a period of time, or is it because of another factor? Yeah, so don't hide away your fatigue or burnout. It's because when you try to hide it, it will actually start to eat you from deep inside. And then that's where you start to feel like, you know what, I don't think this is something for me. You know what, this is too much for me, because I don't address it. Instead, I put on a mask to hide it. Basically the mask that I'm showing you guys is, hey, yeah, I'm very into this organization. But actually the real face is behind the mask, is where, you know what, I can't take this anymore. Yeah, so address it. And make it a norm that it's okay to say that you are tired. It's okay to say you are burned out. But it's not okay that you are burned out and then you choose to not do something about it. That's where it becomes better. Okay, of course, next, something a little bit similar to Nora is, yeah, I will actually take this one scene from Avengers. If you guys watch Infinity Wars, I really like this scene a lot. If you guys know, I will give a short recap like what happened. So if you know the villain, the bald guy on the left hand side, basically sacrifices his daughter for the last soul stone. So what I'm trying to say is sacrifice. Yes. And why I coined it sacrifice is, yeah, sacrifice can be a lot of things. And what Nora said is, maybe you need to sacrifice your potential to be in a relationship. Or maybe some people find it that they need to sacrifice maybe a sports they're taking, a hobby that they're doing, or maybe even sacrifice their, I don't know, a bit of their health. But I will not suggest that you will sacrifice your health. Make sure that your health is always in check, is because if you want to perform at your best, your health must be in check as well. So what I'm saying about sacrifice is, I think I can tell you one thing is, when I was in the election, right, actually my predecessor once asked me like, hey, you are taking up this role. Do you know what are the sacrifices you think you will be made? And then actually my answer is very easy, very simple. It's actually, well, I think the moment I choose this role is actually the moment where I choose to not look for relationship anymore, because I don't think I have the capacity, I have the commitment to do so. But it depends from person to person. It's because, yeah, I don't think I have the capacity to do so. So that's why I think I would sacrifice that part. So for others, maybe they need to sacrifice other things. Of course, they can do so, because it's basically based on your capacity. It doesn't mean that, hey, I say you must sacrifice relationship, which means everyone in this organization must sacrifice relationship. No, it doesn't work that way. It's depending on what's your capacity and what's your capabilities. But yeah, that's the price that I fail. And to me, I'm actually kind of enjoy it is because yeah, I don't have much commitment. I'm very much take care of myself. Like I put myself first instead of yeah maybe taking care of others. So yeah, that's my take on it. So next, so yeah, what I mentioned about sacrifice is actually although Thanos is a villain, right? Actually, I really like his one of his saying is the hardest choice requires the strongest will. Sometimes there are decisions you need to make where you not everyone can make the decision because some people are unable to take the criticism, some people unable to take the backlash from their decision. So that's why when you step up for this role, you have to be ready that this there are things that maybe there are people who's going to disagree with you. There are people who's not going to fully agree on you. There are people who is maybe they doubt on you. But it's something that you need to overcome. It's something that you need to live with it. Because in the end, if let's say you are the leader of the organization, it's a direction that you want to lead. It's a vision that you want to go towards. And when Akram mentioned about hey, in Pakistan, it's kind of is correct me if I'm wrong. Is it's kind of a custom where they are very unlikely to accept new opinion or something new, right? So actually, it's I also find it relatable is because it's an issue in my membership as well. Is they found it that their family can be not very supportive in what they are doing. So there is actually one person say this. I think I can quote. It's an actor, American actor, Denzel Washington. He said that your own friends and family will talk bad about you when you are in the process of breaking all of the generation curses. It's because yeah, they know that this is something not for them, but you are the one who is breaking through this limitation while they are there just able to sit and just look at it. So yeah, my words for you guys is if you feel that you are in a rough time, rough patch, and then people are not supporting you, keep moving forward. And how can you actually prove them wrong is basically when you reach the end of the tunnel, when you see the light, when you start to see the light, that's where you know you made it. Yeah, so basically that's for me. Yeah, that's my take on it.
Okay, so let me end that with a wow first and take back about a few seconds to generate that again. Okay, that was amazing. Okay, that was amazing, Mr. Clevin. It was very comprehensive, and at times, these are the things that we do not expect. Behind those faces who actually just smile and take up responsibilities, behind such charisma and the sportsmanship that we see people showing in order to be the best of themselves, we do not actually highlight on the challenges that we see upon behind them, because those are the things that no much people would share, and when the sharing starts, it's definitely unstoppable. So this has been come true today on how he talked about you need to have time for yourself, but having time itself could become an issue, coping up with the academics, burnout, fatigue, sacrifice, and also he started with a very good term, toxic positivity. So with that, we would be thrilled to listen from the second panel from Malaysia, Miss Pek Yok Leng. Let's go.
Next slide. So as usual, I provide with 2 points there, but then I feel like every panel actually touch on both of these, but I'll give my version of it. So before I start on the self-doubt part, I feel like most of the leaders and the panels also, they would have the problem on the time management. It feels like we have this inner commitment in us whenever we take up certain role, position. So we are committed to the responsibility. So we have to juggle between family, work, friends, academic, and probably some of them relationships. So there would be obviously that kind of guilt when you choose one instead of another, because you have to choose between the priorities. At times you think the work is more important, so you choose the work, and then you did not give the time to your family or your friends. And then you have that sense of guilt. I'm not sure about others, but I do have that. I felt so guilty because to them it means that I am prioritizing my work instead of them. And I am saying to their face that the work is my life. I am taking the work instead of giving my time to you. So this kind of inner commitment sometimes give me self-doubt on the decision I made. if in organization wise, maybe I acknowledge that every person in my team would have their own strength. So I do not have all the skills that they all have, because every person have their own strength. So at some point, I don't think I can decide better than them. So I start to have self-doubt. Am I doing this right? Because certain skills, I think I require their opinion. But then when I start asking, it feels like they would question me. Why are you asking me for a decision when it's supposed to be your call? So this is one of the part where I think where the self-doubt really raises, because they question us on our decision when it is the situation that we needed their opinion too, because we might be knowledgeable or having some information on certain stuff, but for sure there are things that the others in the team would be knowing more of. And then, so then this will create the gap. And the next time if I want to do another decision, I would start having self-doubt. I'll be like, okay, so I made this decision. Do the others think it's okay for that to be that way? Do they still believe in the things I decide for them after I hearing their opinion, or do they think that they shouldn't even give their opinion? So that's one part of self-doubt. For the exhaustion and emotionally drained, just like how Clement and the others panel touch on the fatigue and stress because of your time management and so on. I feel like that related to the self-doubt too. At some point, if because a leader is a human too, so they do have the point where they are completely stretched, just like a sponge that it is stretched all dry, and then you can't return to the state straight away. So you had to slowly regain your momentum and then start back up. But then for sure, you'll have that duration of time that you can't even get back up yet. I would like to give example from my side. I've been through like a very bad time management stuff where I can't even procrastinate. I get like 2 hours of sleep a day. I tried watching movie. I tried, doing just like what Clement actually said, to get the satisfaction of actually gaining time for myself. But then the movie, it's a 2-hour movie. I watched it for 2 weeks. It was like 10 minutes, 10 minutes, 10 minutes. Because I keep on having the guilt of, oh God, I haven't done this, I haven't done that. I couldn't even stick onto the 2-hour movie and just sit down. And then it was so emotionally drained to the point you feel like you're working in this team, and then you have to communicate effectively, all that. You have to be nice with each other. You shouldn't sound like you're a boss because you're a leader in the team. But then, because you're so emotionally drained, you didn't have the energy to do that. So sometimes you would just call off the meeting, or you would just say, can we do this another day? I'm too tired for this. And then this kind of inner leadership challenges would affect on your decision making, and you might overlook some factors. You might overlook how your team member feels. That is a really important part, because it might be the breaking point of your team. How I see it is that the team the whole team and the leader, just like what I previously mentioned, everyone is a leader, just that we have that one main leader to pull everyone together to bring out their strength. But when the main leader is having difficulties and the others doesn't really grasp the situation, that's the point where the team falls apart. So at some point when we are emotionally drained and exhausted, really in fatigue, I feel like we are still trying to climb few steps, trying to get back up, because we know that it would be the worst thing that you ever want it to happen, to have the team to fall apart that way. Yeah, so that's all from me, since others have touched on that also. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Pek Yok Leng. It's definitely a story with perhaps a talk of a movie as well for us audience to listen, but it's that we do not press the pause button. We don't want to, because we really want to hear the story till full, finish up the movie, and to know that the heroine of the story made a great job. We just want her to know that her sacrifices will always be remembered. And yes, it features self-doubt and exhaustion or emotionally drained. Thank you very much, yeah. And up next, we'll be having panels from Philippines, Mr. Emmanuel.
Hi, first and foremost, before I start, I really love the discussion of my fellow panelists here. And so now I'll be going back to, since I guess the first problem that I would see is internet connection. Leaders face a lot of internet connection difficulties, especially at these virtual times. But kidding aside, can you show the slides that I had earlier, more on the essential qualities? Since I wasn't able to have that chance, I'll will highlight the importance of what I'll be speaking on, the essential qualities needed to be developed, and to see the problem without it, as now we're facing challenges. Because again, we have to have the proper foundation. Having no proper foundation in a building or in anything would lead to failure, lead to something that would be of doomness. And so the servant leadership framework, and I'd like to advise for this slide to be displayed very long, is because I'll be explaining it one by one. Certain points were summarized, were already tackled, but let's go one by one. Number one is awareness. Awareness is, of course, getting to know the needs, problems, and concerns of the community and society. We all know that. But as my fellow panelists have discussed, and I guess this serves as a summary, we have to be aware of ourselves as well as leaders, because there will come a time that as time changes, as our needs change, we tend to forget our whys. That's what leads to mentally being tired. Burnout is something that would happen if you tend to now forget yourself. Because at the end of the day, you may be a leader, but you also have to know that you are human. And a lot of leaders that I know do not tend to remember that and tend to forget it. Next, leadership is who you are in action. You have to know who you are. And as we want to have an authentic way how we lead, we also have to lead authentically. We are making relationships in these respective individuals. Next, part of awareness is being sharply awake and reasonably disturbed. And so as much as awareness is more of the community, like what I've said, you have to be self-aware of who you are and how you lead. You always have to look at the end of the day in your mirror. You have to know your abilities, gifts, your strengths, and of course your potential. That's awareness. Stewardship is basically you caring for others. Again, this is an act of self-giving. And when you give, what happens? You lose a portion of yourself. And so a lot of leaders would tend to forget or would give so much of themselves and not have something that would remain to themselves. And so as stewards, we have to care for others, but of course, it makes you have this building of organizational capability to grow and to be more effective. Again, you may have heard this, but our goal is always to serve the larger society, especially the least, the last, and the lost. Because if we weren't caring, as the word empathy is such a big word in today's virtual modern day and age, being stewards is actually very important, because at the end of it all, we leaders have this power to empower others, and it shouldn't be used anything other than that. Next is the vision. Without a vision, there would be no sustainability, there would be no continuity. That would be the problem that a leader would face. A leader without no vision is doomed to where you don't have an end goal, you don't have an end result, and that would lead to, again, as discussed, emotional burnout and tiredness. You will be tired for doing the things that you do for no end goal. And so you have to seek greater possibilities. I would always say this to myself: you have to seek potential in the challenges that you have. Because here's the thing: as leaders, leaders are naturally there to face the problems. And that is why leaders are very important. We have to provide the energy that excites the imagination and steers the heart. Let me repeat: excites the imagination and steers the heart. Because as the saying goes, if the dream doesn't frighten you, then it isn't big enough. And as leaders, it's not only our self vision, but it's on us making sure that our community, our beneficiaries, get to know that vision as well. Without the community knowing that vision, and you not communicating effectively that vision, then that creates something that wouldn't be effective as we want it to be. So this is what I would always say: in order to have a vision, one must challenge and change his present ways of thinking, and that comes through self-evaluation, analysis from time and time and again. In our organization, we would always have a look back at our strategic plan, because there may be times where we aren't up to plan. And at the end of the framework is community. You have, again, this is the end goal: a strong community. Meaning, what is a community? I know a lot of leaders, but they don't know what the definition of a community is. A strong community has what? It has a shared mission, mission, and goals. You have to create strong relationships founded on trust and respect. And I'll tell you this: once that is out of the way, less problems will occur. It's not, you really won't eradicate problems, because you have problems are there for you to grow. And there's a sense of belonging and being valued in community. And I believe that is the end goal of all of us as leaders. As the saying goes, standing with one another and the leader stands with them. These are vital into whatever situation you're in as a leader. And if I were to summarize that in the next slide, it will cause problems without this. But it all works together because of this. You have to be aware, you have to be a steward that cares for others, and have a vision for the benefit and betterment of the community. Challenges will be there, but it means that it is time for us to grow, because leaders are there in the most uncomfortable times to step up, especially in times of crisis, to be better, to be efficient, and to lead with purpose. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Emmanuel. So in that case, we would look forward for why the inner leadership challenges would be encompassed under the servant leadership framework. So that will be encompassing of awareness, stewardship, vision, and also community. Now, this conversation is actually getting heated up already, because some people are actually talking about how in-depth the discussion is. Some people are getting emotional, but within the circumstances of being rational as well. And therefore, this is leadership, right? Leadership is a sense of being and also a sense of doing. Just by being happy, it's not going to make any change. You have to got to do that thing as well. Being and doing comes together, and so does being leader as well. So after this, we'll be going up to the fourth subtopic, ladies and gentlemen. So we are in the middle of the second part of Lead Talk 2.0, Unleashing the Leader Within You. So for now, we'll be going on pushing forward beyond crisis. Now, when we talk about crisis, the basic understanding or the definition here would be that tough times. Like how Mr. Emmanuel has said, leaders are there during the uncomfortable situations to stand up. Yes, leaders are always there during the crisis, saving up the last bit of everything. So in this case, just would like to say, we had the Asian crisis of 1997. We survived. We were devastated. For those who were there at that point of time, that was my, I'm almost on the way being born to earth that year. So for those who were there, they survived. And we're still surviving. That is an achievement. Currently, we have the COVID-19. We're still surviving, we're still achieving. So in these cases, every single time something just pushes into our mind, saying that push forward, and go beyond the crisis. In this case, we would just love to hear what the panelists would love to say about this title and this subtopic. So up first, we will go with the panelist from Indonesia, Miss Naura.
Okay, thank you, Dusha. Can we go to the slide, please? Okay, so what keeps me going? So, this is my team. We are called EB Pokemon, Executive Board Pokemon, just like Clement's team. I also have my own Executive Board team name. But unlike Clement, my team doesn't really have kind of like a deep philosophy behind the meaning. It's just because each of us represent one Pokemon. So initially, when I joined ISAC, ISAC has taught me so much about team, how to work in team. I changed into a much better person. I became very open to critics, and I know how to work in a very diverse environment. And then I've seen how my previous leader has developed a team with a strong bonding and high performance. And I think the thing that makes me want to continue is because I also want to develop my own team with also a strong bonding and high performance. Another thing is during my term, actually we kind of lack member to continue the succession pipeline. And there was kind of no choice. So if I didn't go up to the executive board level, no one is going to take the role, and we might have been disbanded. So I was considering about the continuity and the sustainability of my local committee. I didn't want the effort that my predecessor has made go to waste. So I step up, I take ownership, and I become the executive board. And lastly, my ISAC journey has brought me so much joy. I enjoyed seeing myself improving. I enjoyed working with people. I tried things I have never tried before, and that's why I would also like to show to my members later on, like how much ISAC can offer for their growth, as well as facilitating the members to get the best ISAC journey and experience they can get. And most importantly, I would like to grow alongside them in order to attain inner and outer journey. Thank you.
It's great to know EV Pokemon 21.22, definitely. So we have two keywords for the day, ladies and gentlemen. It's just that two ultimate prime numbers for the day. One would be Exolotl, EV 21.22, and EV Pokemon 21.22. It's just like a takeaway. Sometimes these names are going to stay very long in our minds and just remind us back on how we too was and how the panelist was. Okay, and up next we'll be having the panelist from Vietnam, Miss Pham Hong Thiet An. We'll go with the panelist from Vietnam, and then we'll come back to the panelist from Pakistan, yeah?
Okay. So, can you move to my slide? Okay, so here is my favorite part of this event because I can talk for you about my team and also my members. Yes, and my motivation to be a leader and so also to move forward is first of all it's my members, and as you can see here, they are my lovely members, and I love them because they're really supportive and proactive to do these things. And at the first, like at the beginning of the pick, somehow I'm not able to choose my members, but in the middle, I have like create the connection, and they really like the others and also work well. So it's my happiness, and when I see that, I really want to work and have the motivation to be a better version of myself to support my members and also my function. Okay, next slide, please. And here, I also have my EB team, like Clement and Nora. Yes, and my EB team is called Cùng Trang, which is in English is a on the same page because we want to prevent all the miscommunication between us, and we have to be on the same page to like to represent for our LC and to be a part of the others. Yes, and here's my EB team because they're really supportive and also funny at all. And as you can see in the top of the poster is so my leader, the president, and so and Clement is the one who bring me to this great event. Yes, and the last one, please, next slide. Yes, and this is me. Yeah, Me and my ambitions is my motivation also because as I said before in the high school, I have a big failure so far in my life. And when I was in the when I'm in the university, and I have my members, I have my teammates, I have my leaders, and also I have a lot of things to do and achieve. I want to change myself, change my mind, and also myself. So my ambitions is one of the biggest motivation for me to move forward when I have like some problems or some trouble. So it's my motivation. Thank you.
Wow, once again. Okay, so in this case, it was just like a flow of channel whereby we first saw several executive boards. So we just arranged it on how the speech or the explanation from each panel would show the audiences the flow of the chart. So we have several EBs from 21.22. So how every single leaders are executing their powers onto their organizations. Great work over here. It's very well embraced. And now we'll be going to our panel from Pakistan, Mr. Arkam, to hear his opinion on it.
Yeah, sure. All right. So now I feel bad because I didn't add any pictures of my panel, so I feel bad. But all right, I'll send it in the WhatsApp group so you guys can see them. All right. So coming to what I wanted to say is, yeah. Obviously, I've already told you all of this that you need to be struggling and striving when you hit a bump in the road. Obviously, that was a previous topic that whatever bumps you hit in the road, whatever issues you face, there is one small word that you can, practice or embrace, but it is actually something very hard to do. So that is persistence and continuous struggling till a point that all right, okay, all the bumps are gone, now it's a smooth road, or now it's at least a road that will lead us to the point that we don't have to eat any other major obstacles. Yeah, so that is one thing that all right, that keeps me going is I try to be as persistent as I can, as I try to work with as many people as I can on a very on the level, you can say on a more of an emotional level than that of a professional level. Reason of that being because I've already stated again and again that once you have an emotional connection to a person, you create a bond that helps your entire team to grow, not just one or two individuals out of all of them. So that is why I do feel that all right, this can be one thing. Now, as my second point on the slide says, is if you're persistent and you believe in what you're doing, you will succeed. Now, obviously, this is one line that every Hollywood, Bollywood, any sort of wood that exists in this entire universe or realm has stated. Every motivational movie has this line, okay, you can do it. Like from Coach Carter till a movie that was, till Shooter. Like every movie has this one line that, okay, but if you believe what you're doing, you will succeed. Yeah, don't worry. So what I want to say is that what is the practicality behind this one line is, yeah, it is actually true, but I like to provide some sort of, you could say, proof to it. Now, see, as I've already told that and I am sure that I hope that our moderator remembers that we were in a Model UN conference together, and what I like, it was last year, or sorry, this year, obviously. I don't remember actually the date, but it was during the lockdown. And I remember this one thing that I was on a very strong level of my, you could say, model UN career, or a debating career at that point of time. I was not a newbie to whatever this entire plethora of experiences that was being thrown to me. But the problem is that I started from somewhere. So I've already told you that I lost a lot of first conferences. I lost a lot of first competitions. Like my students were winning, I was losing. That first gave me self doubt. That was another thing. But that gave me this sort of a hunger that you could say that all right, what is behind that one shield that says best delegate, or the shield that says outstanding diplomat? I want that shield. So if you have this one sort of a concept of this hunger in you, this drive that all right, I need that one shield that says best delegate, or I know I am the best delegate, that, but now you want to prove it to the other people. Like I'm trying to prove the sentence to you, which I don't think I'm doing a good job at, but still I'm doing it. That one drive that gets you to that ultimate goal that you have set for that specific period of time. So that this is what I feel. Thank you, Nora. This is what I feel is that it can get you to whatever you want to get at the end of the day, obviously. Now, next slide, please. All right. Yeah, exactly. Now, this is one of the points that I've actually raised at a lot of, high school competitions that I was a judge at, or I was a team member or a volunteer at, that whatever you are doing, may that be in a leadership position, may that be in a team member position, may that be in a newbie position, may that be in a volunteer position, whatever position you are in, whatever capacity you are filling in, all the things you are doing. You're going to an old age home and playing Coachella with them, or you are going on green drives and cleaning, beaches, and you're cleaning your highway roads. What is your real motivation behind that? Do you just want a label from the society saying, all right, this is a good guy. He works for the old, he works for the society. Do you want that? One. Two, at the end of the day, do you want a personal gain out of it, and you want to say, all right, okay, see, I did so much of this, now I want a scholarship at the end of the day. I want to, get into university where I don't have to pay anything. Other than that, they pay me and I'll study. Simple. Like, do you want that out of it? Or simply, do you want a simple set of, person satisfaction that, all right, I came into a society that was working on a very different level. I gave an idea, I led an organization, I led that evolution, and that changed the way of people thinking about one specific topic. So supposedly, like, it's not been announced yet, but still, this is experience for all of us being virtual. The Virtual International Model UN is now going to, go forward with its next, you could say, edition of Model UN. And what we are focusing more is on the LGBT rights that are not being given to, people who classify themselves under that category under Islamic, you could say, laws, or you could say under the legal laws of my own country. I'm sorry, I do not know the laws of Malaysia, because I'm not that well, read on Malaysian laws, but I know of mine, and they are very bad, to be very straight. I'm sorry if there are any Pakistanis watching, but still, we are working on that one aspect now. So this is something that when I grow, I won't see that, all right, I got this shield at this competition, and I lost, I won over these many people, like I won over 90 delegates, and I got that one best delegate shield that was, that had the competition of 90 people, and they were all very good speakers. What I'll remember is that from that one experience, I made few friends. One, then I collected all those friends, and I worked on an issue that was socially unacceptable to people, and then I tried to change the way people were thinking. So that is my self-motivation. The only motivation that you can get at the end of the day is your own, self-satisfaction. If you get that from anything that you do, your organization may be working on issues such as, making sure that people don't run out of food by the 2030, or you can work on issues as huge as that, or you can work on issues as small as giving cycles to children who are going on, you could say, foot to schools that are kilometers away from their homes. You can work on any different level, but if you're getting that one small piece of self-satisfaction, you will get anything and everything that you want. That for me is the right reason for doing that. Yeah. And the second point, what impacts do you think your work will leave on people behind you? Once you are done with your entire life, obviously, I'm so sorry to say, we are all mortals, we gotta go. So once you are done with that, what do you think, like, whatever you did, will that leave an effect on people? Will that leave an effect on the society? Will the norms of the society be affected anyway? May that be a 0.0001% or percentile of the entire way of thinking of people. If you change the idea, or if you change the way of people thinking 1% or 0.1%, even in a good way, obviously, not you don't need to brainwash other people, but is the right reason to do something. For me, that is another motivation that I get. Can I go to the next slide? Can we have the next slide, please? Yeah. So I've already told you a lot of time that I'm a hopeless romantic. So yes, continuing on that, there's a bit of magic involved in this entire process of motivation that I have for myself. That is love. If you love your work, if you love what you do, you have that crazy passion and obsession over whatever you are working, or whoever you are working with, or whatever reason you are working for, then I'm sure that your motivation is in the right place, and you will I have never been in this situation with you could say a human, so I don't know what happens when you wake up in love, but I do know what happens when you wake up in love with the work you're working on. So you get up with a extremely different sort of energy. You have that willpower to do anything that it takes to get to that under legal obstructions, obviously, to that goal that you have. So if you go with it and you know that what you're doing, you have that passion and obsession for that, then I'm sure that there is nothing stopping you, and there's no force of this realm can stop you from doing what you want to do. This is another line that every movie has. So yes, I quoted it again. I've already told you I'm a movie fanatic, and I do get times to watch movies. I suppose Yoki was saying that she don't. I'm so sorry. It's like she doesn't. I'm so sorry, but I do get. Now coming to the last point, if we can go to the next and the last slide, I suppose. Yeah. All right. So I asked DK that have you seen Lion King? She said yes. So I hope that other people over here have seen this too. Both of these are leaders. Now it's your choice to select one of the two. This is the last sort of motivation that I can give a hint to you that you can use for yourself, or the one that I use. I actually I'm not in my room right now. If I were, you can see I have a huge life-size poster of Lion King in my room. Pass on it. I'm a child. I already told you. So the problem is that you can either be a person who leads for your own personal gain, like this guy on the left, who is also known as Car did, and you can ruin the entire kingdom, and you can dry out the lands, and you can eat all the meat that you can. Or on the other hand, right, you can work with people who are biologically speaking you could say the prey to the guy on the end, that's Simba, and you can work with them. So what I feel is that you need to choose at the end of the day between your own self, that do you want to be someone who is remembered as all right, this guy worked well, this guy tried to turn heads, this guy tried to make new ideas evolve, and he tried to create a dialogue and a communication platform between people. If you can do that, that's good enough. Thank you. I hope I made myself clear. These are the motivations.
Welcome and thank you very much, Mr. Arkam. Yes, he actually posted on questions which are very essential. We need to keep struggling in strong issues and being persistent. And are you doing it for the right reason? And he actually went on specifically questions and then giving answers on it. And finally, on both of these are leaders. A beautiful comparison, and we will always embrace Simba. That's a definite one. And up next, we'll be hearing from our panelist, Malaysia 1, Mr. Clement.
Okay, so I'm gonna have a little bit of fun in here because yeah, it's already towards the end, right? So I'm gonna have a little bit of fun. So I think you can move on next. So if you guys want to try, guess what am I going to talk about as basically your motivation to keep persevering, right? It actually has to do something with this GIF lah. Yeah, as you can see, it's like a plug and then a connection to it, right? So I don't know if you guys can get it. If you guys can get it, spot on. Basically, it's connection, but there's actually one more words that has to come with it, but it's in front. But we can go next. So actually, it's very similar to Akram when he mentioned about what is your reason when you're doing it, right? For actually, my one is also a same way of explaining it. Can go next, please. Is actually next slide. Is actually your personal connection towards what you're doing. As Akram said, right? He questioned us is, what's your purpose in doing it? What's your reason in doing beach cleanup, picking up trash in the road? Is it because you want the fame, you want the label, or is it you are doing it for money? And all that is actually can be your personal connection as well. You are doing this is because you are like to be seen as that astounding people who actually collect trash in the beaches, or you would like to be labeled as this kind of people who is doing this, because of that, or because of money. It can be your connection, but the connection I'm trying to point out here is what is your sense of purpose you're doing it. It must have a connection towards yourself and towards what you are doing. So for mine is actually next. It's something that Isaac in Malaysia is actually advocating, and actually not only in Malaysia, but Isaac in different countries like Pakistan, Indonesia, they actually have their own big vision, the big picture of what they want to trying to achieve. Yes, you can go next. So for in Malaysia, we have this thing called hashtag FAUM, or they say for a united Malaysia. It's because they want to create a proud and action-driven nation that embraces diversity and takes ownership towards a better Malaysia. So yeah, if you guys want to know, fun fact, it's my shirt as well. Yes. So it's something I will always be proud of walking around like. It's because hey, when they are seeing my hoodie, right, they say, hey, you are for United Malaysia. Actually, fun fact, the back is the role of you in the organization. So president, of course, the back is the president. So when people see me around, hey, you are president, what are you advocating? Then I will show, yes, I'm doing it for a united Malaysia. I'm doing it for the betterment of Malaysia. So yeah, everything sounds very big, right? Everything sounds like, hey, you are just Isaac in UMS, you are just Isaac in east side of Malaysia, but you want to impact the whole Malaysia. How are you going to do so? How does one small entity is able to impact or move the whole nation? So you can go next. So luckily, I noticed I did put in a picture of my fellow members. So actually, it's kind of like my Isaac in UMS aspiration is, yeah, we actually want to achieve for United Malaysia through what we are doing in our organization, which is UMS, is because we are advocating, we are pushing through, we are breaking boundaries, especially when addressing issues such as SDG 4, SDG 14 as well, quality education and life below water is something that is very crucial especially in Sabah. So that's something that we think that, hey, why not we put focus on this? Because we notice that, hey, there are still people in rural areas unable to get exposure towards education, unable to get exposure towards what is on the outside world. And maybe even as simple as learning English is also a bottleneck for them. And of course, SDG 14, as you know, turtle is now becoming an endangered species, and there are few turtle sanctuary in Sabah side. So of course we want to make sure that they can last long. It's not that we are basically depleting their resources. We are basically causing the extinction, but we are preserving their existence. So yeah, of course on the left hand side, there's also the organization value that we actually hold close to is something very similar, is transparency. Of course, next is inclusiveness, is because yeah, you can see a lot of people from various races, various backgrounds. So we want to make sure that if we really want to work towards a betterment of Malaysia, we must actually come together to work towards it. It's not supposed to be, hey, I'm Chinese, I can work on it. Hey, you are from another race, you cannot work on it. It's not supposed to be that way. It's already in the history that Malaysia, we are already diverse. So what we can do with that, we celebrate, we work together as one, because that's what makes Malaysia. So how we actually achieve it as a whole is actually on the bottom part. You guys can see is actually that's our you can say Isaac in UMS stand is we empower and cultivate youth leadership while preserving the authenticity of the land below the wind. So the land below the wind is actually referring to that part of Malaysian that is in the map there. It's actually Sabah. Yeah. So that is how we actually contribute to for United Malaysia, is we ourselves, we are leading that change. We are leading that movement from our side, so that the rest, they can also start it from their side as well. So what I'm trying to say is basically we are making the changes that we wish to see. We are driving the changes that we want to, that we envision, that we can also experience in the future. So I think that's all for me. Thank you very much. So that's how I'm actually connected. That's my personal connection to why am I doing this? Why am I willing to step up this role? Why am I doing all this initiative? It's because this is my connection towards it. Thank you very much.
All right, welcome. Thank you very much, Mr. Clement, on personal connection and specifically on how the For a United Malaysia works. And of course, the advocacy was very important. Up next, we'll be having from a panel Malaysia 2, Ms. Peck Yokleh.
Next slide. As you can see, there's 4 key points, but then I'll only focus on one, which is the positive circle and mindset. I might relate it to the toxic positivity just now. I would like to just share a short story, which I read it years ago. The story is about a metal bowl that is filled with water. You heat it up, you put a frog inside of it. So, you know, frog, they adjust to the temperature of the surroundings. So when the water starts heating up, the frog tries to adjust itself. It adjusts till the point that the water is almost at its boiling point. And then the frog decided to jump out. But then at that point, the frog has already finishes its energy on the adjustment of temperature. So it couldn't jump out and it died in the end. So what I'm trying to say is that if you put the frog situation in the leadership thingy too, if the hot water is the difficulty that we are facing and the frog is us, we are supposed to adjust ourselves. We are supposed to have all the positive mindset, but we ourselves have to decide on when is the breaking point? When is the time that we're adjusting and actually jump out? Before we are going to reach the point of burnout, that is the point that we should jump out. That is also the toxic positivity. It's good to be positive. You have the positive circle of friends. They tell you good things. They say you are doing well and all that. You should keep pushing it through. You have your good mindset on how you think you're doing the right way. But all in all, you should do everything in moderation. Maybe some people say it's good that you stay up, you actually finishes all your deadline, but then we all know that doing things at extreme is a bad thing in the end because you'll burn out quick, you'll get very exhausted and so on. So the positive mindset should be in moderation. You should keep having faith in your own journey. You believe that every journey has its own experience and lesson that you get. But then, while you are doing all these tasks and you are going through the journey, you should give yourself your, I think I would call it my own timing deadline, where if there is certain signs, like I get too tired, I'm getting less than 2 hours sleep a day, I know I should stop. I shouldn't be positive on, I think I can keep pushing through, I can finish the work. So as long as I'm done, it's good. I don't mind my health, I can still pull it through. That's a bad thing. We should have the positive mindset, but in moderation. Because anything that we do in extreme, it's still gonna be bad. So if you want to learn to be a leader, you want to involve in leadership, just take small step. That is enough. That not that I'm asking you to be in your comfort zone, but it's to know that how much you can handle, how much you can adjust to it. You do not have to push yourself a big step. Every small step is enough. And all your small efforts will contribute to your future opportunities. So do it at your own pace. You do not have to compare with anyone else. Yeah, so that's it. My take on the positive is just to do it in moderation. That's it. Thank you.
Yes, moderation, a beautiful word indeed. So thank you very much, Ms. Pek Yok Leng. Up next, we'll hear from the panel from Philippines, Mr. Emmanuel.
Yeah, so let's first and foremost, I guess, to summarize all of this, and again, as being the last panelist of all these amazing panelists together with me, the first reminder that I'd like to tell all of you now is that service before self is paramount. It's the most important thing. As leaders, we're there called to serve, and that is the epitome of what servant leadership is. And that's where it's very important, because in times of crisis that usually would happen, it's where we're called to serve. It's where, especially at this time of pandemic, and that is why our accountability and responsibility heightens. Next slide. One thing that I would always say is that we're here. Leaders are there to emerge in times of crisis. As going back to what I've said at the first question, leaders were formed because there were problems, and there had to be someone that would be the seal in regards to creating that solution and to have followers for that goal, for that plan to happen. It starts with the plan and then comes action, and leaders are there to facilitate to that action that is expected next. I know that there have been a lot of individuals that may be sad. This is very apparent to a lot of schools because especially if you're in the student council, student university, you would always say that, oh wow, the time I was able to become an officer, then came the pandemic. I know a lot that were sad because, oh, I'm a leader in school, I wouldn't be able to attend all the seminars with food or the events that would happen in hotels and this and that. But you know what? As much as we're sad regarding this is actually, we should actually be happy and see this as an opportunity for us to be the best versions of ourselves as leaders. Because once it's all settled and done, you're going to be the one that's going to be known, that pursued, that was resilient despite everything that has transpired in this. Next, you know, we're leaders are there to change the cycle, to break the stigma, and to change the cycle, it has to start with a change. And change comes from having challenges because culture is slow to change. And leaders do not want to stick to what the status quo currently is. And that is why we're challenged to change the cycles, to right the wrongs of the past generation in a macro perspective, to right the wrongs, to progress as an organization, as individuals, in order to break the stigmas that are present. One of the biggest challenges that I forgot to mention earlier was that the youth aren't given the platform. As much as all of us are here, 150 in YouTube and us panelists here right now, there aren't much platforms where the youth can. Yes, there are, but is it enough? No. Because now we have to ensure that youth empowerment is attained. And that has been the mission of the ASEAN Youth Advocates Network all throughout ASEAN and the 100,000 beneficiaries that served together with the 20,000 volunteers that we are connected with. We have this chance to change the cycle, to break the stigma, especially at this time where climate emergency is a problem, climate change, the COVID-19 pandemic, the recession, people are losing lives. You know, what I would always say is in the world, for the better or for worse, you know, progressing or digressing for the better or for worse, I would always say this in all my engagements: what can you do about it? And we may be here giving some insight and inspiration, but at the end of the day, it's you, the participants, that will take that step after this pandemic, after this seminar, after this amazing session that we had. You have that capability, and that's up to you to act or not, or just put these words into just words, or put these words into action. Next slide. You know, we have to know that as leaders, we're making a difference, and that is why leaders are called upon. Anyone can be a leader. We have to exercise being a follower and being a leader, because we will not be leaders in all of the times that as much as we want it to be. We know that whenever, whatever role we have, becoming a leader and becoming a follower are so detrimental into making that difference. And know that you are, regardless if you're someone that does not have the utmost experience, if you're just starting out, or whether you're someone that has been an officer all throughout your life. And so with all that said, next slide, we have to know that, again, the foundation of what a leader should be is founded on knowing what it means to be a leader. Leaders tend to give up immediately because, again, when you commit to something, once you commit to be a leader, you already know that you are there to help resolve the problems that you and your community will be facing. And so you have to have the right foundation as an individual. Because if you are not prepared, it's a lose-lose situation for yourself and, of course, the community that you serve. Next slide. It all goes to our whys. So that is why I encourage everyone to dream deeper, to never be discouraged, to do it and deliver, and to dedicate your distinction as leaders whenever you are, regardless of how low, how small, or how big your community is. And with that said, as I end my presentation with this, I hope you do realize that our role, especially at this time, is very important. And all of us, especially in this worldwide crisis, will experience more crisis, hopefully lower. But regardless of all of that, resiliency, having that hope, as I want to say, seeing potential in challenges while reimagining hope for the better, is one enthusiastic trait that we, not just leaders, but as citizens, need to have into combating everything that we face. With that said, thank you for this opportunity, and that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much, Mr. Emmanuel from the Philippines. It was indeed a very concise slide whereby every single main points were actually um, extremely vibrant on these slides, like service before self is paramount, leaders emerge in times of crisis, and even coining the term of pandemic leader. In fact, a great output there. And this is what the end of the fourth subtopic, which is the pushing forward beyond crisis. So in this part, the second part of Lead Talk Unleashing the Leader Within You, we have seen on how the two subtopics actually can cohere to each other. We saw on the inner leadership challenges leaders likely face, whereby our panel spoke about the formal, mental health, inferiority complexes, and then how to the difference between teach, do, vulnerable, polarization, the high expectations, and even the mental health. And of course, the art of being vulnerable, it sometimes really caught our eyes. And also together with the having time for yourself, coping up with academics, being burnout, fatigue, making sacrifices, and also the new term of the day for some people, toxic positivity. And then we went on with the self-doubt, exhaustion, and emotionally drained, and how some people would say that these are inner leadership challenges, and together with a tinge of servant leadership framework on awareness, stewardship, vision, and also the community. And after that, we went on to the subtopic 4 under pushing forward beyond crisis, because we have already seen what are the inner challenges. It's time to push forward and to break all those norms to become a better leader. And we had our panels who said from Indonesia. She brought on her explanation and also introducing us with EB Pokemon 21.22. And then we had our panelists from Vietnam on term bong, which is flower. So our life has flourished with more flowers after this. And then we would have our panel from Pakistan who said that every questions were answered deliberately, in the sense that one primary question will have specific answers to it, so that we will comprehensively understand that where is the question coming from. It could be from different dissections and also contexts. Then from Malaysia, one, personal connection. That was a key term, and also how to advocate, what to advocate. Malaysia two, from positive circle mindset. And the important key point she left by was knowing when to stop. It was a beautiful example, and not much people actually have got a grip of it, because sometimes we realize it at a very late status that one, the realization itself, it's already a painful situation. So she told us that know when to stop, and there's an importance of positive circle mindset. And of course, our panel from Philippines, who has been exuberant from the very first time. So he talked about how changing the cycle would break the stigma. And it all comes back to how when we are different, when we lead ourselves, there is an unleashing of potential within ourselves. And that's it for the plot of number 2, part 2 on Lead Talk 2.0, Unleashing the Leader Within You. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the ending of all the slots, whereby we have heard on what makes a good leader, essential qualities needed to be developed in youth, inner leadership challenges leaders likely face in part 2. The earlier 2 was in part 1, and also in subtopic 4, pushing forward beyond crisis. Now, this is not just to preach about, okay, we lead, we take the stand, we execute power. But this is on to break down on, when we talk about good leader, what are we talking about? What makes a good leader? What are the essential qualities which are required? And these 6 panels have said it in a very beautiful manner, in such that every explanation coming from them, some were parallel to each other, some were different to each other, accommodating each other. And then in part 2, we saw on, okay, if there are challenges, be it, but challenges are the ones who actually build leaders. So we saw on the inner leadership challenges. There could be lots of challenges outside, but every leader has a personal battle within them. And it was very clear on screen, such that these credible leaders have their own challenges. They got carried away as they spoke. Some people would have already been on the comment sections. They definitely got carried away as they spoke. The slides were not prominent aids that they needed. It was coming from their heart, and it was felt, although it was still via screen. and then pushing forward beyond the crisis. So pushing forward beyond the crisis was just on, okay, we acknowledge the challenges, now it's time to break a leg or, move forward. In short, we would say that we know a ship is strong. We know a ship is good once it survives a great storm. At the same time, a ship alone is not going to make that success. It needs a good maneuver. It needs a good sailor. It needs a person who conducts the particular instrument in a very skillful way. We have so many channels, so many organizations. Organizations will thrive the challenges, but a good leader is the one who makes that organization, which is the instrument, to go beyond limits, to break limits, to create new norms, to become the inspiring starter. With that, ladies and gentlemen, this is more of the mega summary of our Lead Empowering Aspiring Youth dialogue, and also on what is it on unleashing the leader within you. After this, we'll be having a short break for 15 minutes, and we'll come back for a question and answer session. So please do stay tuned. We do have some questions who are already on the comment section, and we would look forward to be asked to our panels, and the commercial break will last for 15 minutes. Right after that, we'll have questions, and we will go on. All right, thank you very much, everyone. Don't forget to stay tuned, grab a cup of drink, and we'll be right back. Thank you.
I keep a photograph in which we were in love, caught in your eyes, waiting for the sunrise. I bet who you were, what did you do? I didn't care, 'cause you loved me. It's about Stars shone in our eyes like the lights of fireflies. We were obsessed and we felt warmth in our chests. Your heart was full of dreams. It made you feel extreme. Give me a sign if you keep it in mind. But somebody told me that it's all. Top of cars. Now I don't know you, you don't know me too.
All right, so welcome back everyone to our event today, and it's definitely an honor for us to continue with the question and answer session. So, Leaders Empowering Aspiring Youth Dialogue will now further go on unleashing the leader within you. And the question and answer session, we have concluded on 6 questions. And the 6 questions have been assigned to the panels according to more of their job scopes and also what were they talking about when they spoke about the challenges and their internal issues when they opened up to us. So we hope that this question and answer session will be a great input to everyone, and also there'll be a lot of takeaway messages. With that, we'll start with the first question. We will still follow with the sequences of the country from panelists from Indonesia, Pakistan, Vietnam, Malaysia 1, Malaysia 2, and also the Philippines. And we hope that I believe that these questions are, a lots of paradigm shifts there. Okay, so with the first question, how do you ensure each committee members communicate effectively when managing organizational work, and how does leadership play a role in this matter? This question will be channeled to the panel of Indonesia, and I will repeat it. There's more of like 2 sessions in this question, yeah? How do you ensure each committee members communicate effectively when managing organizational work? And how does leadership play a role in this matter? So the question will be to Ms. Nora. Here you go.
You are muted, Nora. Is it me or she froze? Yeah. Okay, she's back.
Hello everyone, sorry I got disconnected. Okay, so regarding the question, how to ensure a good team communication? Well, I think it's not a hard question, but also not easy to answer. As for me personally, in order to have a good team communication, you have to be able to create an open space for your member where they can discuss things in collaborative and respectful environment, and then you have to work for transparency and open communication. And then it is also important to encourage your member to take part in giving honest feedback on your team project, or even engaging them in conversation, in making decision. And also when you get feedback, when your member are giving each other feedback, it's important for you to ensure that they are open to receiving feedback, that they are open to new ideas. And even if those ideas or feedback are not really in contrast with their own opinion, I think it's very important that they have the ability to respect what other people has to say. And then the most important thing is also giving R&R, recognize and give reward to this way after you are able to conduct an open and honest communication. Now, the role of leadership in this is, I think, without a good leadership, without the ability to lead your team, you won't be able to teach your member how to be respectful, how to receive feedback, how to make an open and safe space for your member to work in a collaborative way. And so, yeah, I think that's my answer. Thank you.
Okay, that's great indeed. So in short, on how we ensure the community's members communicate effectively, I think the main key would go on the panel would be that feedback sessions. Of course, when feedback sessions are one of the things which enhances the communication between us, it allows the two-way communication. When one person is giving the output, a person digests, listens to it, and channels the output. And I couldn't agree more to you, Ms. Laura, and also on how the leadership plays in this matter. In in today's panel discussion, leadership is definitely one of the main elements that is going to move things, make things a change. And that was indeed a great answer. So up next, we'll be going to the second question. And this question will be directed to the panel from Pakistan, Mr. Arkam. So this will be on what are the common mistakes new leaders typically make? So I'll repeat that. What are the common mistakes new leaders typically make? The floor is yours.
All right, thank you so much, ma'am. All right, so actually, this for me is, I could say, a bit of an easy question because I can just list down all the mistakes that I made when I started. So yeah, which is quite a long list. So let's limit it to the reasonable mistakes that I made. All right, so first of all, let's go towards one mistake that I think I still do make, but I won't consider it as a mistake anymore. That is that every day when we are at an event, or when you're starting off and you have your first mega event, the first place that you get declared, all right, that this is the guy or this is the girl or this is the person behind the event drive, all right, that this is the person that who sponsored this idea, and now they are executing it very well. So that is the first place that you get recognized, all right, that this is the person who's leading it. Now that one element of recognition that gives you a lot of boost, but the only problem is that sometimes this boost, this energy level, it can give you an overdose as well, which happened to me. Not I don't think it happens anymore, but this used to happen with me when I was starting off, because this overdose of energy, this made me do everything more than a limit. So I would work more than a limit, I would plan more than a limit, which would eventually go of in the category of overthinking. And once I start overthinking, that means that the plan is going to go down the drain, obviously, because it's me. But whatsoever being that the mistake that almost every new leader makes is doing everything over. This is obviously because of you are starting off in a new line of work. You obviously want to give your 100%, but I'm sure that one of the panelists, I think Yoki mentioned, that you need to remember where to put a semicolon or put a comma around, because there's obviously no full stop, but still you need to have a pause in between. So a lot of new leaders forget that there is this phrase, or there is this area where you need to slow down a bit. This is one mistake that almost every new leader I've seen make, and it's obviously totally normal. You are excited, you are all boosted up, but obviously you need to remember. The other thing is that while you are planning your executional area of your organization, you need to remember that there are a lot of factors that you may not consider. Supposedly that I know an organization that's working in Lahore. They planned their first module, and it was a very huge a very huge budget was passed for it. A lot of people flew in from different countries, and on the day of the event, the government imposed a lockdown, so that event got nowhere, and the budget all went down the drain because it was already executed. So these are the problems, that there are a lot of areas where you cannot think that, all right, this might happen as well. So you need to remember that while you are working on your first events, you need to have a very calm attitude towards everything and everyone that's around you. So if a lot of people do, all right, okay, now come on, get those files, get these pens, drive that guy from here, drive that guy to there. You don't need to have that much energy boosted up in you. You need to have a very calm and static attitude towards everything that's happening around you. And once you do that, that spreads a very calm wave throughout the body, throughout the organization that you are dealing with, which makes obviously the event better. So A, you do not need to overthink, and B, you do not need to be over boosted with energy and all that endorphin, and you need to keep your calm. That is, I suppose, these are the mistakes that people make and I used to make. So told you both the problem and the solution. Again, sorry.
Right, that was definitely a problem-solving situation. An individual made several executions. Some executions worked, some did not. He came forward, he spoke about it, he told the problem, he gave the answer, and he's an amazing leader. That's the moral of the story. So for that question, common mistakes would most probably channel into two, which is not to overthink. I mean, the problem is to overthink and to get overboosted. So just don't overthink, just think only, and don't get overboosted, just boost only. All right, so with the third question, we'll be channeling to the panelists from Vietnam. So Ms. Pham Hong Tuyet An. So the question will be on what would be the best approach to criticism, as in giving comments or criticizing, constructive criticism to a team member. I'll repeat that. What would be the best approach to criticism, as in giving comments or criticizing, constructive criticism to a team member?
Okay. So first of all, I want to say thank you for this question. Yeah, but for me somehow the word criticism is a little bit like attacking and also negative. So I want to turn it into how to have a constructive feedback because it's what we usually do in our organization and also in our daily operation. So for me, when you want to have like a constructive feedback and also a effective feedback meeting, the first thing I will do with my new teammates is that set the expectation because somehow you are like we are different people and maybe you have like different batteries, different limitations. So I think that the first thing you have to do is set the expectation for the others to let them know that which is the thing you shouldn't do to attack their batteries. Yes. And after that, I have like one model I usually use when I have a feedback space with my teammates is fit and get model. Yes. For the fit model, it is for the one who gives you the feedback, and for the get model, it is the one who receives the feedback. Yes. And you can search it in the Google, and it will like um give you some instruction about how you can give a feedback and also how you can like what is your message which can help you to receive all this feedback in a constructive way and how you apply your feedback and also how you like critical with this feedback. um one more message I have when I have a like when I want to feedback for my members is that whatever feedback you give to your teammate or your members, you should have an example for it. Like when you say that uh when you say with your members that hey you are rude, you have to have an example when they were rude, when they are rude. Yes. So maybe it's a visualization for them to know what did they do, and they will know when they do that. You have to thinking about them like that, and somehow it can prevent the miscommunication, and also it has a mutual understanding between you and your members, and it can create like a more constructive feedback for them. And the second tip, like the second notice of me, is that after you give them the feedback, you should ask your members or your teammate or your leader, yes, like for on the point which are listed below, there is there any point which you didn't agree? So you can talk with me and we can discuss about it. Yes, in the second notice, and the last one is if you can give a feedback for the other to open with your feedback, you should do the same thing with the others. Like when they give the feedback for you, you should have an open minded to receive them and to like constructively and positively receive and apply and change to have a better cooperation with between you and your team. Yes, so it's my answer.
That was very well said indeed. Because often people do take criticism a bit more not casually compared to compliments. And when we are constructing it, it's like as if we are putting up some sort of thing that we want to pass to people. It might not be pleasant, so we try to fabricate that and we do different things in order to make things look better. But the way our panel has said is that she puts in the feedback model first. She puts in that when we want to say something to someone, deliver a message, make sure it has evidences. Make sure we are talking based on certain things that people can recall. If a particular phenomenon has happened, then talk about that particular situation that happened and make sure that there is a feedback session with it. So when someone gets that example, they'll be able to understand that, oh, this is it. Now I understand on how to go on beyond that. Thank you very much, panel from Vietnam. Up next, we'll be hearing from panel Malaysia 1, which is Mr. Chia Clement. So the question will be, what is your suggestions on ways to sharpen leadership skills for an introvert person? So I'll repeat, what is your suggestions on ways to sharpen leadership skills for an introverted person?
All right. Thank you very much, Lucia. What an interesting question. So, actually, this question actually once came up to me at least one time. Like, it is actually my member asked me, "Hey, you are so good as a leader. Is there anything significant about you that makes you a great leader?" But actually, I want to point out one point here is to the participant and towards anyone who is watching this is, just because you're an introvert doesn't mean it actually gives you an extra roadblock or a bottleneck for you to become leader. And doesn't mean that if let's say you're an extrovert, doesn't mean it is a plus point, it's a sure point for you to be a leader. No, it doesn't, it does not work that way. So actually introverted and extroverted people has their own pros and cons lah. And actually there are a few things that we can learn from each type of archetype lah. So maybe perhaps I can share you guys a little bit on introverted archetype leaders. So actually introverted, although that they speak less, it's a fact that yeah, as compared to extroverted people, they speak less. A lot of times is they keep their words or keep it to themselves. But actually we don't know that deep down they are thinking very long. They're thinking very deep. But it's just that they don't choose to speak it up, or they don't know who can they actually voice it out or speak it out. That's what makes their thought process or the opinion they have become a waste. It's because they don't choose to say it. As for extroverted people, although the opinion is not fully baked yet, or it's just a general concept, they are already there blasting it out like, hey, maybe you can do this. Hey, have you ever thought of this? So yeah, that's extroverted people. They are by nature, they are like this is because they are the type who would like to encourage discussion because they know themselves this. Maybe they can spark something, but to continue it, they might need help. They might need support from other people. They might need different perspective. But as for introverted people, they are very good in narrowing down what is the focus point, going deeper into what is into every aspect on how can they do this lah. So for my take on this, right, actually, introverted introverted leaders, actually there's no issue with it lah. But I think it's something that you can take note of is, yeah, you are very good in having that deep thought, deep sense of understanding, right? Why not you channel it as your strength? Because people, when they actually when we require brainstorming, when we need to ideating for a new project, for our new initiative, or maybe solving problem, you can be the one to step up to like explain like, hey, I noticed that this is the problem. Maybe we can look into this issue, maybe this part of the problem, and then maybe we can work ourselves into this. They can explain to you in a very perfect way, in a way that it's well elaborated, it's well make sense lah. As compared to extroverted, he will be the type where, hey, you know what? Hey, got this problem. How can we do this? I noticed this part here actually got problem. What can we do about it? As for introverted, yeah, they explain thoroughly. So perhaps you can sharpen on that lah, like sharpen your thoughts, sharpen your thought process, and understand that yeah, doesn't mean that you are introverted, doesn't mean that you are not entitled to be a leader. Yeah, so know what's your strength as an introverted and plug and play with how you actually interact with your environment and your team as an introverted leaders. So if you guys don't know, I think there are a few introverted leaders out there. I think you guys should know Mark Zuckerberg. There's also Warren Buffett, and also Elon Musk. Yeah, they are all introverted, and they are all great people. So yeah, just keep that in mind.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clement. What an explanation. He spoke about what are the differences between introverted and extroverted people, and then he spoke about like specifically what are the strengths of each archetypes. Then what do they do in order to sharpen their leadership skills? For instance, like focused thinking on how they have breaking down and they detailedly explain about things, and he gave examples too. And then further on gives an assurance that, being an introverted person does not mean that that is a disqualifying criteria for leadership. There are so many criteria for leadership, and being extrovert or introvert might not be included in that, because every single archetype has its own strength and weaknesses. It's just a matter of how we amplify it on strength and how we improvise the weakness. All right, that is for question number 4. Up next, we'll be going to question number 5 with the panelists from Malaysia too, Miss Peg Yok Leng. So, question would be, as a leader, how to approach team members that struggle with participation? I repeat, as a leader, how to approach team members that struggle with participation?
From my perspective, I feel like there's few ways. The most common one should be the encouragement, whereby we would give them praises. We should give them assurance that they are actually doing well. They are trying, and we acknowledge it. We actually see the effort that they are giving. Or maybe we can try ways like giving them, if it's a organization type of team, then you can try giving them small tasks, and then they'll start being inclusive in the team. So they join at first, they are doing only this one part, and then it would extend, they are doing more and more part because they feel inclusive of it. They feel like, oh, they got this work to do, and they got the trust from the team, and they are being functional in the team. Sometimes some people feel like they wanted to be recognized, acknowledged, and feel the inclusiveness in the team. So the moment you give them some tasks with the others, you make them communicate effectively, that's when they feel like, oh, I'm part of the team now. I have my sense of purposes in this team. That would encourage them to participate more. And then some kind of organization, they might have those awards or some appreciation kind of stuff. That kind of gesture might encourage them to participate even more, because we are now talking about the feeling and the sense of purpose of a person to participate in a team. So what matters is the way they feel like they are viewed in the team. Either they have their purpose, they are enjoying it, or they are learning things, experiencing stuff or not. So it really wait on the part where how we decide to see them as a team, and then we encourage them to participate. That's all from me.
Thank you very much, Ms. Peg Yok Leng. So that was indeed like on how to approach team members. We spoke about encouragement is important. There are several ways of giving encouragement, and one of it could be like giving them small tasks in order to gain the trust from them. Now we come back to trust again, right? So trust is when that is the main bond of a team. So when someone does not participate, maybe there's no much trust yet. So when we have trust from others, as our panel has said, there will be sense of purpose and people will feel inclusive. And we'll be going to the last question of the day and to the panel from the Philippines. So the panel from the Philippines, Mr. Emmanuel, the question would be this. How do we evaluate the leadership qualities within us? I repeat, how do we evaluate leadership qualities within us? All right, so let's go on with another panel perhaps.
Okay, I think I can take the question.
Yes, sure.
So how do we evaluate our own performance in leadership? So basically, you have to create opportunities for feedback. When you became someone who's open to feedback, it shows your team member that you are aware of the fact that you are not perfect, and there is always room for you to improve. And then afterwards, you have to make the time for you to reflect by yourself. Okay, since Miras is here, maybe he can take over the rest of the answer.
Hi, I'm back. Do you see me?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. So what's the question?
All right, welcome back, Mr. Emmanuel from the Philippines. Okay, the question is, how do we evaluate the leadership qualities within us? I repeat, how do we evaluate the leadership qualities within us?
All right, to whoever asked that, that actually is a very wonderful question. So it self-evaluation and in evaluating yourself, I would suggest to do the golden circle when it comes to your journey. As you may lead certain people, there will always also come into a time where you will have to evaluate yourself, because it has to be a two-way process. It can't be your team that's growing, but you and you as the leader are not. It has to be both. It can't be you that's growing and the team is not. And so it always would come first from first self-evaluation, and second would be peer evaluation. We have to hold ourselves accountable first before we hold others accountable. And so there isn't actually a particular way in terms of evaluating leadership qualities, but it's always good to reflect and look back at why we started to do this and why we do these things. And so the what, how, and why question would always come into place regardless of whatever circumstance that we are in right now. And so to evaluate ourselves will always be on us, and it requires honesty. But on my end, if you're asking on how I evaluate my team members, we have a particular committee that's in charge of that, the evaluation and eval proc committee, that has the satisfactory rates quite often, as an HR would do. But yeah, whether you have that in your organization or not, you have to have your own self-evaluation and peer evaluation altogether. Because again, a community is something that has a shared mission and vision, and so you have to hold yourself and others accountable because you have that shared vision towards that goal, towards your organization's goal at the end of it all. And so, yeah, there are a lot of ways. A simple SWOT analysis would help, but yeah, it's good to have environmental scanning in one way or another in whatever situation that we are in.
All right, thank you, Mr. Emmanuel from the Philippines. So basically, it will be on that when we evaluate leadership, that will be on the golden circle, on evaluating ourselves, on what, how, and why, and perhaps a SWOT analysis, more known as strength, weaknesses, opportunity, and threat analysis that could be done onto the individuals. And we would also like to acknowledge the answers given by the panelists from Indonesia as well. She took the attempt to, provide some feedbacks onto the question. Thank you. So according to her, she would rather say that we evaluate leadership qualities within us on when we have that sense of acceptance, when we can accept and embrace the perfections and imperfections. And it was continued with the panelists from the Philippines on how the golden circle would work and how self-evaluation works. Now, the Q&A session has ended. But somehow, some people might feel that our heart just stays in the webinar. However, every program has an end, but not journeys. Yeah, there are only startings, and whenever a journey has come to an end, we just fill up the fuel and start up the car to go for another journey. That's how life works. There's always a beautiful start in everything. Just a quick summary up for the Q&A session will be that, for instance, in order to ensure committee members to communicate effectively, feedback sessions are important. And this is the input from the panelists from Indonesia. And a leadership plays a very big role in this matter. And then we had the panelist from Pakistan on how he said that the common mistakes are specifically on overthinking and being overboosted. And then from the panelist from Vietnam, the feedback model, and she spoke on the examples that we can channel through would be one of the best approach to criticism. And as in giving comments or criticizing, always remember to set an evidence of an example so that it's more relatable. From panelist Malaysia 1, on how to approach team members, specifically what would be there on, I'm sorry, that would be a rephrase of the question again. From the panelists of Malaysia 1, on what are the suggestions on way to sharpen leadership skills. That would be a comparison on being introverted and extroverted, and there are no disqualifying qualities for being a leader, and that would not be in being introvert at any point of time. And our panelists from Malaysia too, to speak about the struggles with participation, she says that encourage them, give them small tasks, cultivate trust, and also sense of person in being inclusive. And our panelists from Philippines spoke about the golden circle when it comes to evaluate leadership, and was also aided by the panelists from Indonesia on speaking on, sometimes the embracement of perfections and imperfections gives a big matter. So now, this is it, right? It sounds familiar. The statement definitely sounds familiar. This is it. And this would be the time that the Leaders Empowering Aspiring Youth Dialogue, Unleashing the Leader Within You, has come for a conclusion. In a big picture, we have seen on several types of how we speak about leadership, their good qualities, essential qualities for the youth, and also the challenges that they face. It has brought them, has moved us as well, and pushing forward beyond the crisis. And from our side, from the organizers, we apologize if there are any wrongdoings or any back points from us throughout the execution of the programs. We have had a great time in executing this. Our organizations is definitely a great benefit for us and also for the members of the floor today. And my name is Dushananda Kumar, signing off. Thank you very much. Have a safe day. Stay safe during the pandemic. Take care.
Thank you to our moderator, Ms. Dusha, and also the guest panelists for the beneficial sharing. The event will now end with a photography session that is handled by the Media and Publicity Committee.
Okay, hello and good day everyone. I am Siti Noor from Media and Publicity Committee. So right now we'll be taking a photograph for photography session. So everyone please open your camera and be ready for the photography session. So I'll be taking the picture about 3 times. Okay, everyone ready? Okay, 1, 2, 3, smile. Second one. 1, 2, 3, smile. And last one. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, that's all from me. Have a nice day. Until we meet again. Thank you.
Thank you to the Media and Publicity Committee for the photography session. The photography session marks the end of our program for today. Thank you for staying with us until the end of the viewing.
Kepada seluruh warga UPSI, untuk memastikan kita mencapai bintang, kita kena bersatu, kita kena bersama untuk memastikan kita semua cemerlang bersama.
Saling menghargai, saling berbudi, sanjung tinggi tradisi.
Akademik dan akhlak terpuji, seimbang dan gemilang. Engkau dan aku langkah berpadu, mewarna cipta yang sama.
Genggamlah tanganku, lakukanlah segera. Ayo cemerlang bersama dengan
Kepada seluruh warga UPSI, untuk memastikan kita mencapai bintang, kita kena bersatu, kita kena bersama untuk memastikan kita semua cemerlang bersama.
Saling menghargai, saling